on Carnival Tuesday. Businessman's son found dead in Williamsville. And internationally, Canada bans U.S. alcohol in trade dispute with Trump. Now for the details. Acting Commissioner of Police Junior Benjamin says despite 2 homicides on Carnival Monday and Tuesday, the overall event remained safe. Speaking at a media conference on March 5th, Benjamin credited heavy police deployment for maintaining security, stating that officers quickly apprehended the suspects and seized their weapons. He noted that investigations are ongoing, including reports that one suspect is a licensed firearm holder. The acting commissioner of police highlighted a 31% drop in murders this year, with 66 recorded compared to 95 in 2024. Home invasions have also declined by 74%. While police reported a mostly peaceful carnival, DCP Operations Kurt Simon revealed there were 7 homicides between February 28th and March 4th, prompting further security measures. Gold Commander ACP Richard Smith said 8 out of 10 police divisions reported no major incidents. Officers were deployed from early Monday, conducting searches at city entrances, enforcing parking regulations, and ensuring compliance with vehicle restrictions. Meanwhile, police operations over the carnival period resulted in 54 detention orders and the recovery of firearms, ammunition, and drugs. Investigations continue into missing military ammunition, a missing Coast Guard officer, and a triple murder in Guanapo. Arima's carnival celebrations took a dark turn as multiple robberies and attacks were reported on Tuesday night. Police are investigating a series of violent robberies in Arima during and after the Carnival Tuesday festivities. In Malabar, 2 men attacked and robbed a man outside Pro Bar, stealing his bag and valuables. In another incident at the same location, a second victim was assaulted and had his $27,000 gold chain stolen by 3 men. Over in Rose Park, a woman was pushed to the ground and robbed by a man armed with a glass bottle. Later that night, an 18-year-old man was ambushed inside a nightclub bathroom by 4 suspects, who stole 2 iPhones and cash before fleeing. Police have launched investigations into all incidents as they work to track down the perpetrators. A well-known businessman's son was found dead at his apartment in Williamsville on Tuesday night. Police are investigating the death of 28-year-old Truman Lochan Das Jr., son of Stackhouse Co-Limited owner Truman Lochan Das Sr. Das Jr. was last seen by the manager of his family's business before he was found unresponsive in the apartment's laundry area by a young tenant. Emergency responders pronounced him dead at the scene. There were no visible signs of foul play and police suspect suicide, though an autopsy has been ordered to confirm the cause of death. Authorities remind anyone struggling with mental health to reach out to Lifeline's 24-hour support services. Internationally, a trade war is brewing between Canada and the U.S., with Canada removing American alcohol from store shelves in response to Trump's new tariffs. In retaliation for U.S. imposed tariffs on Canadian goods, several Canadian provinces, including Ontario, have pulled American-made alcoholic beverages from liquor stores. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford says nearly $1 billion worth of U.S. alcohol is affected, with bars and restaurants also unable to restock. Brown-Forman, the maker of Jack Daniels, says the move is more damaging than tariffs as it completely removes products from the market. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has slammed the U.S. tariffs, calling them a very dumb thing to do, and accusing Trump of attempting to weaken Canada's economy. Meanwhile, Washington has also imposed tariffs on Mexico, though Trump says automakers will be temporarily spared. Brown-Forman is monitoring the situation in both countries as the trade dispute unfolds. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
Attention everyone! The Office of the Prime Minister Communications has launched a brand new WhatsApp channel designed to keep you informed and connected like never before. Get real-time updates, breaking news, and important information directly from the source. With our WhatsApp channel, you'll always know what's happening when it's happening. Joining is easy. Use your phone camera, scan this QR code, tap follow, and that's it. You're in. Be sure to tap the notification bell to never miss an update. Stay informed, stay empowered. Join the conversation with the Office of the Prime Minister Communications WhatsApp channel today.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward on our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for. It's called loss and damage, and we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man
is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
WESN.
To try and get through before the week comes to a close. A couple of things that I wanted to mention just quickly. Hopefully I'll be quick. I'm not always quick. I apologize if I'm not quick, but we live in a world where I think at the end of the day it's progressing too fast. This is not commentary on progressive ideology, but literally the meaning of progress. That is to say, we are growing, we are expanding in various ways, and I fear to some extent we already didn't necessarily understand the human condition and human society and human systems well enough back in the 1920s to the 1980s and the early 2000s, and now in 2025, we are making some of the same mistakes that many of our predecessors made in the last 120 to 200 years, while compounding it with, more complications of our own making. One of the things is the whole aspect of international aid. Of course, there are many stories and angles about it with Trump and USAID and cutting it, and then how many countries where there are going to be communities of people who are not going to get food and what, blah, 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 blah. Fact of the matter is, this is a recent phenomenon as far as I am aware in human history. Yes, charity is not necessarily a new thing, and human nature is not devoid of charity as its natural base. But to say that a country or countries are going to internationally help other countries in various continents around the world, to some extent that was only made possible both due to advances in logistics as well as the fact that our mentality is technically a lot different in 2025 than, say, 1025 or 1825. 1825, maybe there was a bit, you had the capacity to some extent with ocean navigation, the time, and every now and then people would give a helping hand. But unfortunately, different interests compete. We seem to lose fact that yes, we're all humans, but at the end of the day, and we Trinis should know this, we Trinbagonians should know this as well as anybody. We're human just like the people in America, Britain, China, Iran, Nigeria, Egypt, Brazil. We're all human. But we have an agenda for our nation. Whether we want to admit it or not, we technically do have an agenda, right? Just like how the Americans have an agenda, just like how the Cubans have an agenda. And when those agendas compete, then to some extent maybe we need to stop thinking about it as ethics. And really, and I do think the government has done this somewhat successfully, even in the last two administrations, the most recent administration. It's not about what is the most ethical thing. It's about what's in the best interest of our country when we have to figure out what's going on with your countries. David Adula, the leader of the MSJ, he says that it's immoral, illegitimate bullying with regards to the United States pushing back against Cuba's medical brigades. This could be very true. But, and yes, you know what, to some extent, I will agree that it might be immoral, but politics has a morality of its own, and that's local. That's when you speak about it locally. When you speak about it internationally, it goes, the meaning of that statement grows exponentially. I get it. We may not like it. We appreciate Cuban medical workers here in TNT. We do, right? We have a problem with a shortage. You see, this is one of the things where, because things are so extreme in politics abroad, not too dissimilar to here, they will take extreme action, not too dissimilar to here. The difference is, our nurses are going to Europe and maybe America. So we need, and doctors, so we need to get them from somewhere else. They don't necessarily always have that same problem because their source is potentially us. But at the end of the day, one of the things we do have to realize is if we want the support of the United States and we want to feel entitled to whatever it is they give us, like USAID, we need to stop then telling them what they can or cannot do otherwise. If we want to make a stand on principle with regards to, I don't agree with what you do in America, don't talk about Cuba that way. Well, then on principle, think about it. We need to not then demand and feel entitled to whatever support from USAID throughout the various programs that they maybe used to support, still support, might no longer support, might continue to support. We need to be ready to give that up. Why are we taking their money and then we don't like we don't like the character, we don't like the choices, we don't like the leadership, we don't like the decisions, we call them bullies, but please give us your money. Or Venezuela acting up, please, do something about that. Help us with our law enforcement situation. If this was a personal relationship, you and your friend, could your friend dictate to you your behavior and then still take things from you? Now, if we just put it in that context, you would say, obviously not. Now, let's say you're the one in the wrong. Is it right from your friend's perspective to still try to take things from you, to get financial help from you? Do they have, wouldn't that be just too complicated? Too much drama? Because then you could turn back around and say, hey, I helping you out and you giving me flack for this? Most people of principles will say, you're right. That's why we can't be friends no more. I will sort out my things on my own. It's just too messy. Ironically, international relations are messy. It has a morality beyond politics. It's hard to have principles with regards to international relations, in part because a lot of countries do depend on foreign aid. Not just from America, but America spends the most. So we need to determine, do we want to accept what it is they're cooking and what it is they're giving? Or do we want to reject it? Because we should, if we want to be people of principle, reject all of it. We can't pick and choose and cherry pick. Oh yeah, we love that you give us money, but we dislike what you say. Certain things we disagree with. No. That's like the child telling the parent what to do, but still getting the financial support. A couple other things. Minister Gonzalez, he went on the record. Somebody recorded a WASA worker asleep behind the wheel of a vehicle, of a marked company vehicle, which I believe was not driving. It was pulled up on the side of the road. The engine was running. And I have no problem with this. Whenever I hear stories about people, oh, I'm sleepy. Now, granted, you do this at your own risk, right? Because is it going to be safe with regards to crime? That's a whole other dynamic. We won't necessarily go there. But so what if a WASA employee was in a WASA truck and he was sleepy, so he was sleeping on the side of the road with the engine running? Would you rather this person continue driving? I don't understand. If it was the case where he was driving and nodding off, that would be a different story. Maybe there's more to this. I didn't necessarily go that deep into it. I only read one story. Minister Gonzalez rightfully expressed relief that the vehicle is safe, given the situation. Of course, there could be more to it than that. There may be an investigation into it. But I know of a couple of people who do this. I myself, it's one of those things where I don't feel safe to do it anymore, so I won't. But then I don't go out that much, and I don't. You know, those whole young man days of not getting sleep and still going out, those days are over. Hopefully. But, yeah, these are one of the things where I myself, I don't like driving tired. But it is what it is. If you're nodding off behind the wheel, better pull aside. Better pull aside. And you leave the engine running so the windows could stay up, the AC is on, the air could be circulating. If the car is not running and the AC is off and the windows are up, that's a safety hazard. So, yeah. Finally, Watson Duke asks, why was there no parade bans in Roxborough on Carnival Monday? It's an interesting question. I would think that the answer is self-evident. There would potentially be more customers from between the Crown Point to the environs of Scarborough. There would just be more people. Although the real question is, should Tobago have Carnival festivities on Monday and Tuesday when they have a whole Tobago Carnival in October, which could then be supported by all of the various private industries, from soca artists to mass bands to, you know, sound companies in October, because they won't be busy doing Carnival in Port of Spain and San Fernando on Monday and Tuesday at the beginning of the year. It makes sense to me and others that I've spoken to that Carnival Monday and Tuesday, that Carnival weekend, it's a good opportunity for Tobago to be an alternative escape, right? And they could earn money that way, then have all of their Carnival resources and hype and marketing for October, where all of the artists will be relatively free. It's within the timeline of the gearing up to Carnival. So you will have access to everything. You're not competing with any Trinidad events, or not many at the time, right? And if you establish yourself, if you continue to cement yourself as part of the overall annual Carnival calendar, eventually Fets in Trinidad will make way to some extent or another. They will know, hey, maybe it's best to, hell, they'll throw their own Fets in Tobago, which will then, and maybe even expand October, because now you might want more weekends leading up to the Tobago festivities to have Fets. Or you might have Fets throughout the week, and then of course Tobago will have to determine how they're going to manage that. All of that is great problems to have. So my thing is, why is Watson Duke asking that? I get it, there's the whole traditional mass. Listen, on a commercial level, and my colleague Ashraf Ali, he was the one that presented this to me, and other people that I've mentioned it to agree with it. This whole thing about Carnival everywhere Monday and Tuesday, it might not be the best thing economically. The business model of splitting up Carnival, so those who want to hit everywhere could hit everywhere, and each location has its time to shine to be the only real game in town. That might be the way of the future. And Tobago actually was one of the first places to make that step. So why worry about, I understand tradition. There are certain aspects of tradition that we should try to keep because we don't want it to die. But there are other aspects of tradition, especially if it's bead and feather mass. Do we really care about a tradition that is that shallow? Now, some aspects of traditional carnival or carnival itself probably cannot be taken away from Carnival Monday and Tuesday in any location, right? It's up to our various communities and our society as a whole to try and figure this out, because we're not really doing it in a very good coordinated way that makes sense. And I think it's causing a lot of the overall, for lack of a better word, forgive me, product to suffer. But I mean, to some extent, this kind of shows that Watson Duke, and ironically, he's not necessarily wrong for doing this, but he's focused on Roxborough. That's good for an assemblyman of the House. That's good for an MP. That's not necessarily good if you're looking for that person to be a national leader or even a Tobago leader. But it is technically the starting point of any representative of any constituency or district or what have you, who's supposed to be looking out for the area that voted them in technically first, because there is no other advocate. St. Anne's East only has Stuart Young, much to the sometimes disappointment of St. Anne's East. And we could go down the line across both parties, but I single him out because he is expected to be the next prime minister. So obviously, to some extent, under the system of government that we have, we can't expect him to have the same amount of time to put into his constituency that, say, an opposition MP who obviously is not going to be a minister is going to have, right? And that's why, just to kind of backdoor in the last point of constitutional reform in order to fully separate the executive from the legislative body, I think, is needed given our size and our lack of scale. But we'll leave that there. Let's take a quick break. We'll try and rapid fire some of the daily review before we welcome our guest. Stay tuned. This is Talking About on WSN. We'll be right back after this.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years' experience. Give us a call at 235-5479 for more information.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Hello there and welcome to AM Prime on WESN Content Capital. Before we even start this repatriation and reintegration process, we've already failed, or are we doomed to fail?
You've got to invest in the institutions that you've established to carry out those sorts of core functions.
We now get into the regional updates to give you an understanding of what's happening across our neighboring islands.
We have available a number of films that are worth showing.
So it was day one when the French Revolution started to develop the concept of universal human rights.
What happened this time is unprecedented. It's one of the largest terrorist attacks in history.
Let's welcome Carl to the program. Carl is over there, next in Seth. Hello, Carl.
Silky anteater or pygmy anteater, and we have two of the three species of anteaters right here.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc? every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
So, remember I just said we need to, if we want to be principled, we can't, take from a country on one hand and then be vexed with them on another hand and disagree with them and try to dictate terms of our relationship with them. Because that's the thing with the Cuban doctors. We don't want to be interfered with regards to the opportunities allowing Cuban healthcare workers in the country to work, whether they are, they've moved here, they live here, they're here for the Cuban state mission, whatever. Now, the whole situation with Venezuela and Guyana has flared up a bit again. And it's interesting, I did not expect this to happen because the low-hanging fruit is that President Trump being more aggressive and potentially less easily predictable. Definitely he is not in the same vein of most world leaders most Western world leaders, let me correct that, who will default to diplomacy. We don't necessarily know how aggressive President Trump will be because he's threatened military action I think in informal cases, but I don't think he's ever really commanded the American military to do anything significant, at least not yet, right? It could be a situation occurred, or maybe they were able to negotiate behind the scenes, whether aggressively or diplomatically, around those things before they blow up. Who knows, right? This is during his previous term. Now we've reached this term where, unfortunately, I guess you could say even if Trump was a deterrent for aggression because he himself will be aggressive, whether reasonably or unreasonably, you don't necessarily want America to, be the 600-pound gorilla to just start stomping all over the place when you are trying to have a temper tantrum, right? Regardless of the outcome, it usually won't work out for the initial instigator or provocateur. But the whole situation with the licenses or the OFAC licenses being either done away with or to some extent not renewed, because I think all of them would have had like a 2-year time frame, and 2025 would be the year where many of them would probably come up. Some of them this year, some of them maybe last year, right? I don't think there are many, if any, that extend well beyond 2025. Maybe some next year, but beyond that, I doubt. I could be wrong, though. Regardless, that might be putting a lot more economic pressure on Venezuela. And one of the things that we saw in COVID is when the world pre-COVID was rich and making money and people were talking about how poverty around the world was at its lowest level ever, we have advanced human society in a very real way. It was honestly quite impressive. And, there were consequences for that, which we might not realize, unintentional stuff, because we didn't know how to deal with our growth very well. But then COVID happened, and it said, nah, we'll just stomp on that down. And Myanmar had a coup because all of a sudden the military generals didn't like what was going on. And Russia went to war, and civil unrest happened all over the place. Haiti became more violent, etc., etc. Israel, Palestine. A lot more violence occurred post-COVID because without that economic benefit to kind of placate people, some people are going to think, hey, I could just use force if my economy is struggling. Now the question is, will Venezuela be one of those people? We don't know for sure. It could be bluster. It could be a bluff. But right now, they're basically saying the activities done off the waters of Essequibo by the Guyanese government with private oil companies, energy companies, is carrying out activities of exploration and commercialization of hydrocarbons that lie underground. The dispute has a valid legal instrument in force deposited in the General Assembly of the United Nations. So they're disputing any economic activity undertaken by Guyana in the Essequibo region, particularly in this case in Essequibo waters. Now the question, and this was a statement not made by, you know, an ambassador or head of the diplomatic service, no, by a 4-star general. Great. So now, of course, Guyana has spoken out against it. CARICOM has spoken out against it. And the United States has spoken out against it. Venezuela is saying, no, this is not violating Guyana's sovereignty. We have a claim. At the end of the day, we need to understand that people like to use this word a lot. You know, borders are a social construct. You know, property ownership is not like a natural thing. Cavemen, if I wanted the cave and he had the cave, then we fight for the cave, and one of us probably going to die over that cave. Now the question is, do we want to continue acting like that moving forward? But the key point in this is, CARICOM could be upset about this all at once, and Guyana could be upset about this all at once. But if we want other people to help us, and I do think also the UK might be willing to maybe step in to some extent, because, hey, those same resources, if they're disrupted, even if they're not being sold directly to Europe, it could still disrupt energy and energy prices and be a strain on Europeans' economy. So United Kingdom saying, hey, we won't mind getting involved in this. There's benefit to them, right? It might be indirect, but it's very real and potentially very significant. But ultimately, the big neighbor to the north, the United States, that's who we will probably be looking to more often than not. This is what the SOFA agreement is for, amongst others, that was signed. The U.S. Southern Command, traditionally, it does a lot more humanitarian work and disaster relief, et cetera, but it's a military command with responsibilities of Latin and South America. And during times of crisis, it probably has access to, you know, maybe, I wouldn't say the entirety of America's Atlantic fleet, but it could bring in enough assets to make a difference. But this is the thing. Are we going to speak to America as though, and to be fair, this is not the government. This was what other people say. And maybe this is why the government is right to say, hey, all you who's not in government, kind of be careful what you say internationally now. Because we have to deal with it. You don't have to deal with it because you're not in power. We have to deal with it when you talk, when you yap. Not that David Abdullah was wrong in principle for what he said. Just that, you know, you have to be cautious if you are causing the international discussion to go in a way that you don't have to necessarily directly deal with the consequences. Indirectly down the line, maybe. This is one of those things where we can't do it on our own. If you ask Trinbagonians and Barbadians and Jamaicans and people living throughout the rest of CARICOM, are we able and willing to raise enough military troops to help support the Guyanese military to defend themselves against Venezuelan aggression? The answer to that probably will be no. I do not expect patriotism on the level of Ukraine, whether you agree with the Ukraine war or not, to be incurred here. CARICOM ain't that. I mean, that's a single nation. We are many nations. We ain't there yet. There's nobody that is there yet, to be honest. No body of nations that's going to have that level of allegiance to each other, that's going to be that willing to do that, unless there's, now granted, one of the arguments is Venezuela aggression, at least for us, doesn't have to end with Guyana. It could continue to us. In theory, that's very speculative. So again, that's what SOFA's for. We need to appreciate that one of the things that the current administration probably did right, I could be wrong, I stand ready to accept criticism and correction, is that with regards to our international relations, they did a very good job of not necessarily selling out and not necessarily having to be biased to any one side, while having good relations to just about everybody who we've interacted with. But now, given the fact that it seems as though America is going to want, Trump is going to want people to pick sides. This is one of the negatives of him winning the election. It's not always in our benefit for us to pick a side. but we might be forced to do so. And then, you know, decisions will have to be made and we'll have to live with those consequences. All right, just want to mention the last story before we welcome our guest today. The Auditor General's probe, or the probe into her conduct with regards to the underrepresenting of the financial statements or the financial figures, that has been discontinued from what I understand. It's been dropped, according to one headline. And the Minister of Finance, Colin Mbit, he has reiterated there's no missing money. The financials has been underreported. Now, here's the thing. The opposition leader is calling for an investigation into this whole situation, something that the Minister of Finance has denied, because the opposition leader is saying, where's the money, where's the money, where's the money? And going back to the Minister of Finance himself, he is saying, no, there's no missing money, and the debate is happening, I think, on the wrong point. I don't, because he's saying, rightfully so, I'm not responsible for the underrepresentation of the financials or the mistakes made by the people in the Ministry of Finance that put the information together and send the wrong information to the Auditor General. I don't do that work. I was trying to correct the problem. This is where the opposition loses me. The money, the figure in the accounting books does not automatically mean that $2.5 billion or $3 billion is missing and has been lost. It might be lost in the sense of we don't necessarily know where it went, but it might not be lost in the sense of it was stolen, or it's in some account that we can't find, or the money itself, it might have been spent by the government, we just don't know exactly where, right? I think it's a check thing and the checking machine and whatever, right? That's what I believe, that's what's suspected to be the difference. Certain things weren't verified or could not be verified by the Auditor General, so I don't want to make definitive statements on that, right? With regards to exactly what is going on with the missing money. All I could say is that's, at least on the surface, a problem with paperwork. And a problem with paperwork is not the be-all and end-all that it directly goes to one conclusion. The real issue with this whole thing, the real issue that the Privy Council brought up was not that. So, investigating the Minister of Finance should be with regards to his actions taken on this matter. Not with the missing money, because to some extent he's right. That was the technocrats. What we do have on public record is his own statements with regards to the matter. Now, I'm not saying that because of what he said, it's very clear he needs to be locked up and throw away the key. No. But what I am saying is it does need to be looked into, because I am getting very tired of politicians on a whole essentially breaking protocol. Not every time the speaker gets up to talk to the House is it that she's just doing so because she's biased and wajang. Sometimes she even admonishes her own ministers. I think she had to get Reginald Moore or somebody else, as a very senior minister, to basically apologize to the House for a statement that was made and to retract the statement at least one time. I don't track all of it. Of course, Minister Young had that situation that she had to speak out against, and then, you know, how it was handled, that was a whole other story. From where we sit, seemingly no fault of the speaker, and I'll leave that there. But this is something that happens with the opposition too, and I'm kind of getting frustrated by the fact that there are certain rules, regulations, and even constitutional laws that seemingly there's no one in this country who actually enforces them. And all of that needs to be looked into, because it's not if the minister did anything wrong or not, but rather the perception of he might have done something wrong and gotten away with it, and the precedent that sets for future behavior. It's not even about him. It's about the fact that he is exposing, or his actions has exposed, a deficiency in our system, or exposed it further, because the merit list exposed it at that point in time, to be honest. So it's not that I want to see him punished and hung up by the gallows. No, I want to see if there's any reasonable breach and reasonable consequences. If a reasonable consequences slap on the wrist, fine. But something so that this behavior doesn't get repeated. Or rather, let me put it in a better way. That behavior that might be perceived to be questionable doesn't get repeated. Because if it is, at some point, society's confidence in the system is going to further break down. None of it has to actually be questionable and wrong. It just has to, the perception of it being there and being allowed to persist and repeatedly occur will be enough to further undermine the rule of law in this country. And that's what I am trying to speak out against. It could be any minister or any member of the opposition, right? It is what it is, right? I have no stake in how or to what extent Minister Imbert may or may not face consequences over this. It might be informal, formal, it might be none at all. That part doesn't necessarily matter to me. What matters to me is that the perception that a politician, because there are other examples that do not include Minister Imbert, could kind of skate around, you know, the gray area of the law or the rules and not face any consequences for it. Why do you think people don't care about speeding, don't care about littering, don't care about parking on the Eastern Main Road, etc., etc., etc.? All right, I'll leave that there. We'll welcome our guest. Stay tuned. This is Talking About the WSN. We'll be right back after this.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private health care affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
In the studio, now you don't need to register nothing. You don't need. We can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and, you know, I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
They believe we defend criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploiting the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
We're back here and talking about the WSND Content Capital Show. Michael Small, joined by our disaster management expert, Ashraf Ali, also someone who's had quite a bit of experience dealing with, you know, being in the belly of the beast of national security during Carnival, and here to give us some, I guess, post-Carnival analysis of that situation. We have retired, pre-retirement Inspector Ashraf Ali.
On retirement.
Still on retirement. Well, I mean, thanks to that ruling, you know, you're definitely still on retirement.
Well, that's how the cookie comes.
Oh, darn. So, I mean, a lot came out with this Carnival where I'm conflicted. On one hand, and I agree with people who think, hey, this Carnival seemingly, with regards to the organization, some of the events, it looked like it was a better showing of the NCC. So this is the first time where I can't, not that I think, I know for sure that it was done perfectly, and I have all these specific points of detail, of praise, right? But I have necessarily no complaints, right? This year, as opposed to maybe the last 2 or 3 years. But at the same time, and maybe I'm wrong because I'm more sensitive to it, but there seemingly was, like, the crime reporting just didn't really stop over the weekend. It just kind of went, crime went on seemingly, at least the reporting, business as usual. A murder here, a stabbing there, an incident there. I think I saw the headlines, so I don't know how true this is, but there were some home invasions done late Carnival Tuesday, right? Now, to what extent is that the responsibility of Carnival safety? You know, I think now apparently we're in a semantic debate with regards to what was the, I accepted it when the police initially said generally safe, but now when we're like, oh, well, this incident, this murder didn't necessarily impact Carnival. Like, it happened during Carnival, it happened in Port of Spain. You know, if you want to say Carnival was safe, you have to try to justify that, including that event, not excluding that event, I would argue.
Well, with managing any major incident or major event, right? Over the years, the narrative has rolled out and said, you know, we verify Carnival as Carnival is relatively safe, or Carnival has been safer than compared to the last Carnival. And we use that, they normally use that based on statistical data, the amount of incidents or reports that was received, right? Now, it is very subjective because if you're comparing just basic statistical data, you would say, okay, yeah, in comparison to other years, this year was relatively safe because of the number of incidents, and incident might be serious offenses, homicides, shootings, all of that compared together from the previous year, so you can say it's relatively safe. Now, that is, I'm saying, continues to be a relative situation. However, when you look at Carnival, Carnival really starts not, officially I should say, from Monday and finishes on Ash Wednesday, Tuesday night. Yeah. So that's the Carnival period. But with the proclamation of Carnival occurs throughout Trinidad and Tobago. So any incident that takes place throughout Trinidad and Tobago in accordance with the proclamation is considered to be during Carnival.
Yeah.
It may not be in a Carnival event or related event or directly involved Carnival, but it's within the Carnival period. So if an home invasion takes place where somebody dies, are we going to say that it is not related to Carnival? But I am simply saying that you cannot take it away from the Carnival period because it may not be directly related to Carnival. So we may have something called Carnival-related incidents and non-Carnival related incidents.
So, and it brings up another interesting debate now, because ironically, the authorities might be so quick to try to say, oh no, this didn't happen during Carnival festivities, but then it brings up what might not necessarily be an obvious question, but the implication might not be as good as the authorities might like to admit, in the sense of, let's say there's a home invasion where a murder occurs in a part of the country that's very far away from any Carnival activity. Then can society say, yes, it's nice that you sucked all the police resources for Carnival activities, so now there's less protection and coverage for areas not involved in Carnival. Tell me how this makes me feel safe.
And that is the exact point or the direction I was bringing it to, because you cannot look at only the Carnival related event and leave everything else. Persons who are at the beaches,
yes, and you said this, yes,
choose not to go to a Carnival event, but during Carnival Monday and Tuesday will go to the beaches. That has to be considered. Persons choose to stay home because Carnival Monday and Tuesday, no matter how we look at it, it's Carnival Monday and Tuesday. Incidents or anything that happened during that period, whether directly or indirectly, it's considered, it is in fact during the Carnival.
In fact, because we expect Carnival there's one of two options, or maybe one of three options. You participate in Carnival, you stay home, or you go somewhere like Tobago, maybe, or you go to a beach house, or you go to Maracas.
Yes.
So you either escape, whether it's by staying home or going out to somewhere away from it all, or you participate. But even in Port of Spain, there were businesses, some businesses closed down since Thursday in Woodbrook, but some businesses in some restaurants in Movietown were open.
And
Carnival Monday and Tuesday.
So they decided.
Which then implies, look, we have normal commercial activity, normal everything.
Yeah.
And I guess, of course, to what extent are they safe, are they not safe? Because basically by the authorities trying to claim, well, Carnival is generally safe, but these things were part of Carnival, you're like, so you're not giving other areas coverage?
And that sometimes doesn't augur well with the general population, because the narratives might be different for different persons. Yes, Carnival in the city of Port of Spain, there were a lot of reports of persons feeling very safe because of the presence of officers. There were also reports that they didn't see enough police officers at every street and corner, right? Now, it does not say that the officers were there, because remember there were shift changes and things taking place, and then you may be looking at a particular timing when you were there, and then shifts were changing because there were officers coming and going to picking up different shifts, because there's a long period of time officers there. So somebody may have not seen the officers at that point in time and had the impression that there were not officers at this no officers at this location at that particular point in time. But that is very subjective at the same time. Holistically, Carnival 2025 was relatively safe if it compared to other carnivals going back, right? They will always have areas to improve on, increasing some of the presence, but at the same time, I would want to say that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and all the supporting agencies did well this year, right? I'm not going to compare any other years, but I'm saying they did well this year. Unfortunately, one of the areas that we were mentioning, and I was speaking to you about critical incidents, is that the shooting in St. James, where we had 4 persons got injured. it's a very tricky situation. If I commented on it.
This is the St. James, right?
Yes, it could have been worse.
Yeah, yeah.
Because during that time, there were more than one persons in groups, right? Unfortunately, somebody lost their life.
Apparently, he was the target.
Yes.
Shot in the back of the head.
And you got other persons.
Somebody else was shot in the back of the head. So that alone could have been two deaths right there.
It could have been worse. It could have been worse. Right? And this is not a takeaway from any of the family members or anybody who was injured. All right? So condolences to those persons who lost their life and the family lost their life. But that just adds to the fact that the use of a firearm in that crowd, right? You end up with multiple persons getting shot. In San Grande, there was a video where a group of men was seen fighting and assaulting a group of fighting among each other. The amount of violence that was in Juve, in San Grande. There was a young man in San Grande who lost his life, who was stabbed.
Yeah. And the reason why for that?
And it just simply shows how we're not able to manage our angers and our emotions and how easy it could explode into certain things, right? When we were talking about a vehicle running into somebody for carnival, I mean, I was speaking about somebody who was doing it intentionally.
Unfortunately, and not necessarily with a music truck.
Yes, but unfortunately in San Fernando, the intention was not there, but revelers and masqueraders, and one of the masqueraders lost their life within that.
On this, I only have anecdotal thoughts on this, but I do feel as though maybe to some extent mass bands and these truck drivers and organizers need to put more thought into it, both with regards to safety, but also I feel, look, you have people drinking, partying on the road, in and around trucks that, to some extent, given the loud music, 90% of the time the driver probably won't be aware that he ran over somebody. Right? Until it's beyond too late, because he just won't be able to be aware. There's too much activity going around his truck, and he won't be able to hear anything, right? And to be warned by a third party in time, it's not practical. So how that's organized and regulated, I feel as though we're a little too slack. Not that the police, I mean, maybe there needs to be a police officer near every truck or a fire officer near every truck. I don't know, but I think it's a little too informal right now.
It may not be physically practicable.
I know, that's why, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, we need to take these incidents as learnings going forward and not be making the same mistakes. Every year we're making the same mistakes. We have hundreds of trucks, right, that are in the crowd.
People will take it for granted and say, this is not something that happens every year. Look, all of the trucks in Port of Spain, nobody got run over, right? But I think this is one of the things where, why are we thinking it like that? Because to some extent, I do think that the way how different organizers and managers and coordinators, plus the drivers, managed their business, basically, could also impact the enjoyment of the revelers. I have heard accounts of that.
So in that.
So it's not just a safety concern.
Yes.
But after I heard that somebody got run over, and after hearing what I heard about, how it was managed and the annoyance of it, in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, if I was ever going to entertain the thought of playing Mars, I don't know if I feel comfortable doing so anytime soon, because my paranoid self don't want to be a statistic, right? In my life, if there's a 1% chance of something bad happening, it'll probably happen. If there's an 80% chance of something good happening, it probably won't happen. Like, I don't like those odds, right?
Exactly. So, but I would say it kudos to the management of Carnival in the city of Port of Spain.
Yeah.
Over the years, that incidents of this nature have not been generally occurring. You have some minor issues. There were some minor issues that take place. Some person fall off, and some people may have fall off.
Do we have the emergency health services to respond to these things in a timely manner?
That in the that itself is going to be tested seriously.
I hate to say it because usually police get a lot of flack for response times. And the fire service recently got a lot of flack for response times. But the thing that I actually fear the most is not those two. It's actually who is in charge of ambulances and ambulance response times? Because I don't even know if we have a public ambulance service.
How are you going to get in the first place?
In Carnival, yeah.
Right? A emergency response unit on location if someone is in that. Now, let's take San Fernando's situation and bring it into Port of Spain.
Yeah.
The crowd and the volume of persons in San Fernando is nowhere close to that of Port of Spain. The route for San Fernando is much wider and it have less crowd, so there's a lot more space to work with. The amount of access routes in that route in San Fernando is much more available than that of in the city of Port of Spain. These are some of the challenges, and I'm saying some of the risk factors associated when you're managing major events and a major event of this nature you have to consider. Yes, we have ambulance. They have ambulances. Port of Spain General Hospital is very close. I could say all of that. We have St. Clair. But the question is, how fast can an ambulance go through the crowd to reach to that victim?
Because when you have music trucks, a siren all of a sudden, music trucks, glitter and costumes, a siren and lights ain't gonna be as effective.
Someone should, that incident, and we bring it into in the city of Port of Spain, that's a crime scene. Are we stopping the entire carnival? For how long?
Because with the shooting they did, but it was removed enough that it was, and it was also Tuesday night, I believe.
And it was not directly.
It wasn't
directly impacting.
Imagine if this happened in the Savannah stage.
So these are when you look at how Arapita Avenue and Tragrit Road is compact.
Yeah.
It is so compact that on the right side and left side of the avenue, you have persons vending on both sides. You have masqueraders in the middle, and you have a truck. How much space do you think you have within that space with that number of persons in that crowd? And you're also adding the whole thing about you have persons under the influence of alcohol, loud music, and the euphoria of carnival is taking place. Nobody's going to listen to anybody at all because persons are just concerned with it. On the average day, someone gets injured. We have passerbyers videotaping. We have all of that. Carnival Monday and Tuesday when people is enjoying this, everything they have time, they're not stopping.
And in fact, to some extent, we don't even have the personal capacity. If somebody gets hurt, what we might do in Trinidad, right? We don't know about no ambulance or Tobago, right? So we might put them in our own car. The police might put them in their car. Now in this case, you might not have police around and nobody have their car. This is carnival.
You can't get a car. You cannot get another vehicle in there.
You can't put an injured person on a music truck.
So you see the challenges I'm continuing to see.
Let's go a bit wider with the time that we have left, because one of the things you did mention too was also the business of carnival. Now, of course, it came out after the fact that Ciara was down here for carnival, and it maybe could potentially give us, like any international celebrity, might give us a bit of a boost, hopefully next year maybe. The amount of international business that carnival makes, I think we might not, ironically, I think we might actually both overestimate and underestimate it at the same time. Now, the thing about it is, if we want to have access to these markets, these are some of the questions that we probably need to have better answers for. There is an article where, with regards to crime and safety, one foreign couple said, you know, amongst others, they reiterated the fact that, hey, we heard all of the advisories, but we feel safe.
I saw that article.
And I believe them, but ironically, if we have a major accident now, we might be more prepared to deal with crime for carnival, but not necessarily for a major accident. And if we want it to grow, we can't take it for granted that everything will work out. And I feel as though that's one of the things, that's one of the problems we have with the country. I mentioned this yesterday. Everything will work out, man. Why so serious? But especially with carnival, because with the road march thing, I understand where Bungie and Fian coming from. this whole laissez-faire attitude, and I do wonder, I mean, that's one of the tabulators with that attitude. I don't think they necessarily thought it out that far. They thought it might be innocent, but I do wonder if Carnival needs to be, and again, kudos to the NCC. There were some positive things. I don't know if it made money or not, but at least it seemed to be better organized, right? But I do wonder if this whole, I'm afraid we have a mindset of laissez-faire attitude, right? We don't necessarily want to work hard and why had to be a stick in the mud because it's Carnival and free up yourself. It's like, no. This is serious business. Part of it is with safety.
And when you're talking about safety, we talk about, there were some videos where persons were using the different type of poles and different type of structures on our cities, dancing and enjoying themselves on it.
Right.
That is a risk by itself. If some I saw some videos where persons went up a traffic pole.
Oh.
Right.
I do hear that in the city of Philadelphia, if they win a sports championship, they have to grease the poles because I can't remember what it was with people, I guess, like to climb on the poles.
Somebody falls off a traffic light.
Yeah.
Right. Trying to do some pole. You're not a pole dancer. You're practice.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing for Moko Jambi to be high up in the air, but at least we know he had training to do this.
Exactly. Then they have other persons who would have climbed up different
walls,
structures under the influence of alcohol.
Yeah.
If you fall, those are risks, and that is where some of the security for these bands have to take responsibility because you have to more or less.
But that's an interesting point. Who has liability in those cases? Do they have?
Well, this
is one of the things. It's not a private establishment, right? So I don't even know if we have laws that govern that.
That in itself is a discussion for
because you know how
different stakeholders.
Because it goes back to what I just said. You know how some people are, especially as you pointed out, when they have alcohol, they don't want to listen. Why so serious? It's Carnival. Leave me alone. I enjoy myself. Let me dance on the wall and risk my head.
And then when you deal with crowd management, there's a particular training when you deal with crowd management that when you speak into the crowd, how you speak to the crowd, and especially the DJs, what they play and how they energize the crowd or de-energize the crowd, especially those persons who are on the trucks with their mics, they have the opportunity to energize, to de-energize, and dealing with crowd management. And when they're dealing with crowd management, how they speak to and how they hype the crowd can either work for or against in certain situations. So that is why some of those persons who are DJs and who are on the trucks need to be part of this, to be part of the planning process.
I just want to point out, this is a very indirect example, but at a roast, one of the roasters, he smashed a shot glass, and a shot went straight to the face of one of the people in the audience. So it was a whole incident. Now, the event had to go on. Now, granted, the stakes weren't like a set of people in the road drinking alcohol, but the point is Kevin Hart was the host, and he actually had to manage the room so that the event could go on with minimal impact to the event. And that's in a safe situation. Right? But there was still some amount of emotional management because they were dealing with comedy, right? And the last comedian who was going right after that point was so grateful because he didn't have to struggle through people processing that whole situation. And by extension now, you take that example where, all right, here we have somebody who understands, it's not necessarily his job, it wasn't his job, that's part of the praise for Kevin Hart in the moment. It was his job to manage the emotions in the room. He did that as the host so that the next guy wouldn't have to struggle through it. And you take that example now and say, it might not be the DJ's job, but they have the mic. So it comes with a responsibility now. There are not a lot of people who could speak to the crowd in the vicinity of a truck like what a DJ could do. Yeah, it might not be part of your job description, but to some extent, if I know that I am playing mass and my organization is looking out for my safety and the DJ knows when it's appropriate to wile up the crowd and when it's appropriate to say, all right, people, well, in whatever way that would make sense in context for him. All right, let's kind of just, we could still have fun, but tone it down right now because of whatever situation and how to say it and how to manage the crowd. Those are the kind of things I look for, to be honest.
And these are some of the things that when you're planning for major events, where you have multiple areas to consider. Public safety and security is one, but there are things that will impact on public safety and security simply by the who are stakeholders. Those DJs are stakeholders, the owners of not the owners of band, they're the persons who are on them or those trucks on that or those days, because the owners may not be on all the trucks, maybe on one or two of the trucks.
Yes.
Right? And band leaders and everybody.
But they're the spokespersons for the bands.
Exactly. So there's you have to have a different level of management on that. They understand the type of crowd that you're working with, what that crowd and how to manage those crowds.
I mean, even for the police, it's a different situation, right?
The police, and in some situations, the police don't have
the capacity,
the effective control of a crowd of that nature, because of the fact that they normally see the police as an obstruction towards their enjoyment.
But not just that. Usually it might be 4 police, 1 person. Now it's like it could be 10 police. It's 200 people just in this block.
I have dealt with events and in charge of events, and I had to call the DJ and tell the DJ, well, speak to the DJ and say, listen, we have to work together.
Yeah.
I have my job to do and you have your job to do, but we can't work opposing to each other. I am here to ensure that you have public safety and security. I don't have, this is what I simply tell the DJ. I say, I don't have the amount of resources on the ground to ensure that all the persons in your band and it can be safe. So you have to work with me, right? And it's approach. The approach is how you approach the situation and work with it. They did in fact say, listen, let's work with the police. The police said we have to move at a different pace, or let's keep up all the pace and keep and stay away from this, stay away from that. So they were able to do the messaging for me while I was there. It was a bit easier than trying to confront the DJ and tell him I don't like to stop this or to that, because it would only aggravate. And once the DJs or anybody in an event of that nature tells the following that the police want us to do so and so, just by that narrative, sometimes it causes much more.
Or especially how they frame it, because they can frame it like the police needs us to do this, let's do it.
Exactly.
Or they can frame it that they want to shut us down. Or we said that no, and then all of a sudden,
situation becomes out of control.
But where I was getting at initially was, to some extent, would you agree that a lack of professionalism with safety and security could also be a sign that there's a lack of professionalism that could be holding back the business and the industry? It goes at times it goes hand in hand.
Because certain people believe that one side of the table is only there for profit making. The other side is there to ensure that the event remains safe, because we don't make no money out of this. But at the end of the day, the product of Carnival, as you mentioned, is international. We are on international scene. We are international scene, right? What happens for Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago not only should be seen in the city of Port of Spain or the Carnival village alone. Anything that happens around Carnival, because let's say, for instance, a tourist comes to Trinidad and Tobago for Carnival, and on Carnival Monday chooses not to go to Carnival Carnival activities and decide to go and spend some time with their family in the beach.
Yeah.
Isn't that a negative reflection? If something should happen to those persons on their way to the beach or during the beach, unfortunately, it's a negative connotation, because they came to Trinidad and Tobago for Carnival.
Yeah.
So it will impact the entire product of Carnival. So it cannot be only Carnival Monday and Tuesday in the city of Port of Spain, because Carnival is across Trinidad and Tobago.
But with regards to the concentrated events on Monday and Tuesday, because you yourself, as I mentioned earlier in the show, and I've spoken to other people about this who agree with you, by the way, what if we spread it out? Not try to have all of Carnival in the country Monday and Tuesday, but Monday and Tuesday could be Port of Spain, because that's where most people go, but we could have events regionally throughout the country leading up, right? Based on what you've seen with your experience, like, it's already a complex situation. But we can grow it, and if we want to grow it, we need to understand it's going to get even more complex. The challenges with regards to logistics and safety and security are going to just grow exponentially, right? And it's not like we could just grow more police officers to grow with Carnival, but to some extent, if we want the same level of feeling of safety and security like we had this year, well, we're not going to get out with the same number of police officers, but, you know, with 50% more revelers
and
50% more trucks.
And multiple locations across the place.
Yeah.
Because this year, Cedras Juve has reported into over 10,000 plus persons across there.
All right, we'll, no breaks, we'll open the phone line. We have San Fernando in line. Good morning, caller, you on the air.
Good morning, Sean.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Ali.
Morning, sir.
First, two comments, Sean, but firstly, I want to go back to yesterday's comment with the professor. And the professor was, and I would take his side, and let me say this, he was trying to explain something which I knew of, and I want to say this morning. The situation that Petrotrin found itself in, financially, largely a result of decisions that Mr. Malcolm Jones took when he was executive chairman of that company. And not entirely, but a large part of the problem, namely the World GTL plants, the Samsung plants, and a shutdown that they had a massive cost overrun on, a shutdown maintenance. Those are the things. So the professor, in essence, is really correct about Malcolm Jones. So, now, let me go back to the Carnival safety issue now. So I love that conversation you all have in there. Let me say this. You know, when that issue in San Fernando, I think they need to have a different standard for trucks in San Fernando than in Port of Spain, because just because of the terrain. The trucks, San Fernando is more of a hilly area where the trucks traverse. So there's more emphasis on your brakes. Now trucks have air brakes. So you have a lot more dispensing of air. So probably those trucks need to have more air tanks for San Fernando, and that should be specific to San Fernando in terms of because of the terrain, because your brakes can fail because that mashing constantly, because you're moving slow, and it's crowd control, because the truck driver also has to have to take into consideration the crowd that is in front of him.
Maybe there should be no crowd in front.
Well, the crowd will always be in front during his carnival. Now, the other thing is this. The safety of people on the road with respect close to trucks. One of the things that back in the day, let me say this, I used to help arrange transportation for a big band in Port of Spain. And one of the things that we had, what we would do is that when you go to get the permits when you at traffic branch, those and because you have to go and do the truck inspection as well to make sure you have on the guard rails for the back of the back wheels and all those things, to prevent people from getting run over the back wheels. So you had to do all those things, like get the inspection before you get the permit. Now the thing with that is, we took the decision that we would maintain, because the trucks belong to us, we would maintain the safety around the trucks.
Right.
Because that is, the DJs on top of the truck, the DJs spinning the music and that kind of thing, they're not cognizant of what's going on around them. So we would have, at every truck, we had 3 persons. One on the left, one on the right, and one at the front of the truck. To maintain that sort of safety boundary, to just nudge people away from the wheels. The person in front of the truck was responsible for the front and the two front wheels, and then one person for the back wheels on each side. If it's a trailer, well, they're responsible for the trailer wheels. And because we had to, you know why we did that? Because one year we hit somebody. It wasn't a serious hit.
Right.
But the brakes had failed on the truck. And that was in Port of Spain because of the constant mashing, and well, we had to end up boosting the brakes, the air tanks on the truck for the other carnivals. But that little nudge, we said that can happen again. but you have to think proactive. You have to think proactive in that situation. So that is what we did. And one of the things is, the other thing is the crowd control on the trucks. When you get a permit, the permit tells you how many people are supposed to be on that truck, you know.
No.
And there was 1 year at South Key. I was called by the head of the traffic branch. He saw me there, and he said, "You see that truck there? How many people are supposed to have on that truck?" I said, 18. As the permit said 18. He said, "We have 19. And when I counted, Sean, you know what was the 19th? Somebody was sitting down on the front bumper of the truck, a big steel bumper. And he said to me, he said, "I am on the road and my officers are on the road." He said, "The next time I count any one of those trucks and have more people," he said, I'm going to shut the truck down. Make sure you put it at the side of the road."
No.
And
Caller, I add this to you because you have big experience there. Now, with all those persons that you have around the truck with safety, right? During that period that you're speaking about and currently, has the road expanded?
No.
But the crowd?
The crowd has expanded.
The crowd had expanded exponentially, I could say.
That's right.
So that means that the space allotted is going to be much more challenging for even the security personnel arranging around the truck, because they don't have much nudging to do, because everybody is close up and personal with the truck because of the space. When you look at Arpita Avenue and Tragrit Road, when you have businesses on both sides that encroaching on the sidewalk,
yeah.
And then you have pedestrian so you have masqueraders who are supposed to be occupying the road. Then you have patrons who are on the outside just observing, right? Who also encroaching on the road. The space becomes it starts to become very small, and that situation becomes much more challenging. And I'm saying I agree with you, over the years we had some minor incidents, but it seems that we're not learning from those minor incidents holistically, because that road cannot expand. But
but I agree with that, but you see, the thing is, let me say this. If it is, people don't want to spend money, they just want to make money. So they are not as proactive as they should be.
I'm glad that you are saying that, and I didn't.
Yes, I'm serious about that. So what needs to happen, I think, in terms of, and that's why we need committees for Carnival. There's supposed to be a safety committee for Carnival that's implementing rules for the Carnival. And if it is, because the police service are the ones that give the permits for these vehicles to come on the road for Carnival. And I think it is time that the police service say, "Here, this is an updated version. This is what we want to do. We want to put rails. We want to put rails straight around the truck, so something can happen that forces them to change the rule. Because on their own, the truck owner is not going to do it. They're just going to do what is minimum. And I think what is there now is what was there 20 years ago in terms of the safety. And those are the things that need to be updated. And I think it's time that we have a Carnival becomes more streamlined. There's a Carnival Safety Committee that looks at all these little things, these nuances, and say, this is what we need to do now. We need to upgrade, and this is what. And they might have an uproar, but they're going to have to comply, or you don't get a permit for your truck. End of story.
Yeah, because somebody died this year, and this is not one of those cases where we want to see more samples being proven true before we do anything about it. Each sample is a human life that would have to die in order. Why do we need for it to go that far?
Exactly.
I do want to go back, if you permit me, to the first point, though. I just want to ask, because I actually didn't necessarily disagree with the professor. I was just trying to say, well, there was a second mistake, and potentially now you could say a second mistake by the partnership and the current administration. Would you say then that the attempts by the partnership and NICWA to utilize the gas liquids plant, we have an asset, we didn't want it to waste, but ultimately it was throwing good money after bad?
Yes. Because when the partnership came in, that GTL plant was already in a real bad financial situation. eventually they had to bring in the receivers during the partnership time, but it was not their, they did not cause it. The partnership didn't cause it. That was, they inherited it.
Yeah.
They inherited it, and I see this, and I will see this. Karen may not like this, but Mr. Malcolm Jones, because of his relationship with the Prime Minister at the time, was able to do things that normally people, a lot of chairmans would not be able to do, because he was executive chairman. They never had an executive chairman in Petrotrin before, before Mr. Malcolm Jones, and since Malcolm Jones. So he had carte blanche to do whatever he wanted. And those three things, as I said to you, were bad decisions. When that Samsung plant was done, was completed, and they tried to start it up, the problem was it started to rattle because they had serious structural issues on the plant, and so that money was just dead. And then they came with the concept of the whole GTL issue, and a lot of the people who because it was an experimental thing, Sean. The whole GTL thing was an experimental thing, and I could tell you this: some of the things that they brought in for that, there was a particular boiler that came in. It wasn't new. It was refurbished. It was refurbished. There's a lot of things that people don't know that happened inside of there. There was a shutdown a shutdown maintenance that it was given to a supporter. Let me put it this way: it was given to a supporter because he was not the highest bidder. He was not the best bidder, I should say, the lowest bidder, and he did not have the capacity. He used to work inside there during shutdown with subcontracts from the main contractor. This time they gave him the main contract, and he couldn't do it. And it had serious cost overruns. I talk about hundreds of millions of dollars, And all this was under this gentleman's tenure. All this was under his tenure.
The thing is, the situation with Paria, it sounds like not necessarily a direct continuation of some of those types of decisions, but similar. To me, it sounds, the implications are similar types of decisions were made. Let me put it that way. That led us to the Paria situation.
Similar types of decisions. A lot of times with these state enterprises, people do things because it's the government own it. The government own it. So we could do this and we could do that and we could do the other, and not realizing what is their personal stake in the organization and the responsibility with trying to make this thing work. I'm talking about from the cleaner straight up to the CEO. And this is unfortunately is one of the that entity is one of the cases. I really hope somebody really, despite the issues, because they're going to have issues with all those. Because remember, Sean, this is a refinery there that has been sitting down for 8 years, 8 years, over 8 years. So there is no, and there is no. The refinery business is not a growing business.
No.
So the people that you're going to get who are going to want to invest in it may not be of sterling reputation.
Look, just imagine as you call us, as San Fernando indicating, that's an oil refinery. When you have a vehicle that sits down without being driven for 3-4 years.
Yeah. And we've seen government vehicles in that situation.
Okay, you have to
Thank
you, Mr. San Fernando. We've seen government vehicles sit down and rot. So
exactly.
we're paying $500 million a month apparently to try and prevent that, huh?
But let's be realistic. Let us be realistic. I was reading. I was on Facebook some time ago, and during this week, and I saw something called the dead horse scenario. And executives and they spoke about persons sitting in a room and all executive and company directors and the portraying what the dead horse scenario is. And they coming up with all kind of plans not to acknowledge that you have a dead horse.
Right. Not to acknowledge.
That you have a
yeah.
lead loss.
It's not actually dealing with the problem.
Dealing with the problem.
Yeah, that doesn't sound as though it doesn't fit potentially with the current situation we find ourselves in, maybe. We have Digger Martin to close out the show. Good morning, caller, you on here.
Good morning, Sean. And I'm not too sure if he's still a senior police officer or
Retired inspector. Retired inspector.
All right. Okay. So I want to address a couple of issues.
Mm-hmm.
One of it is the Petrocin issue, and there is a very, very good rebuttal of Stuart Young by the former Partnership Energy Minister, Kevin Ramnarine. And I think the whole of Trinidad and Tobago should listen to that rebuttal and put it into perspective as to where and who is responsible for the collapse of Petrotrin. The other issue, I want to take it up back to Karen's yesterday contribution, and that was a wonderful contribution. And what I'm getting at is that famous executive chairman of Petrotrin, where he has led this country and who has facilitated. And it basically, we have to basically put the hat on where the error lies, and that's the P&M governance of Petrotrin. And what she said, she referred back to the A&V arbitration. And what she said, and it's amazing, is the same thing repeating itself by the same people. And what she said, the arbitrators are guilty of misconduct in the conduct of the proceedings, meaning that is what the senior counsel, Deborah Peake, said, had to say in a Guardian report. And she is alluding to how the arbitrators acted in respect to taxpayers' money. That is 100 million of our taxpayers' money has been frittered away because I want to put the alleged nefarious act of the left hand and the right hand. As a taxpayers, how am I going to see if my money is spent good? If that was a poor judgment, what we have in this country to relitigate that to see if we can get back our money. And that is the same thing that happened with Malcolm Jones. As the executive chairman, he didn't have to get board approval. He could run with all those ideas. And to borrow $750 million US, and then 2 years after borrow $850 million US, that is equivalent to $9 billion, was his decision with the backing of the P&M government. That big hole is what we are paying a lot of interest, finance interest into all of that. That is the debacle of the thing. And we, as a people, have a decision to make sometime in September. We cannot allow that, and we cannot allow a government to say he's going to bring yam and he's going to get rice from India to feed us. I mean to say I've been facetious with that, but that is where the politics is. Rice and yam politics are going to have a nice morning.
Well, rice from India might be even more important than we realize, because with tariffs from the U.S., right. Even if we aren't tariffed, the tariffs of the rice coming in and out of the U.S. might cause that price to go up, huh?
And we don't grow rice in Trinidad, right? So.
Oh boy, yeah, we don't. Listen, people say eat local, eat more provisions. We don't even grow some of them provisions in Trinidad. Some of them provisions imported from CARICOM neighbors. So that still costs foreign exchange.
It's still gonna cost us money.
Just a couple of things. One of the things that I remember being told, my brother always said it best, is like, Cal can't afford an accident. So this whole thing about some people who see, well, I could safety not making me money. Well, the airline, well, BW knew, and at least to some extent, some people might not think Cal is necessarily this great on safety, but the point is they haven't lost a plane.
Safety costs, you know.
Safety costs, but also losing a plane also costs.
More. so you have you have the mindset of safety is costly. It is costly. But it is less costly than your reputation because your reputation is long-term.
Yeah.
You can manage an incident, but once it impacts your reputation as a, and especially when you're dealing with any event or any incident that could have negative impacts on your reputation. That's why the airline industry does not take safety lightly, because any negative, any shortcomings in safety,
it's caused the airline industry to pay a lot.
In the first occasion, in the first incident, lives are going to lose.
Yeah.
Secondly, your reputation going down the line, and then there is the ramifications of civil lawsuits coming against you.
Yeah.
So the first one, you can't, that is the ultimate price that you're going to pay, because you are responsible for lives. And people have to understand that everything after the fact is okay. You could deal with it after the fact, civil lawsuit and all kind of thing and all of that. But the fact of the matter is that when you sacrifice safety, and say safety, it's too costly to implement safety measures. When you lose lives, what is the value are you putting on a life?
Well, not just that. How are people going to perceive? How much do you value your customers' lives?
And this is what I'm saying. So I'm saying safety is costly, because there is no way that you can effectively put a dollar sign on the value of your life. Your life and my life has two different monetary value, because I would see myself at a different value.
Based on the economy.
Not even economy, based on how I perceive myself, and how my lifestyle, how I perceive myself. You can't.
I mean, insurance companies try, but at the end of the day, it's not that simple.
It's a baseline the insurance company do, but to give you just a
fallback.
A fallback for
but it doesn't solve.
It doesn't
obviously
say that I worth this amount.
And the reason why I brought that up to show, look, there's an industry where it's obvious, the stakes, the consequences are that high, it's very obvious, right? But that whole philosophy, that goes hand in hand with any sort of business that has any sort of significant physical risk of injury. And a mask ban, I think, maybe needs to acknowledge, hey, if we're not doing, because I'm not saying that they're doing a bad job now, but there have been examples, as Mr. Porter-Spain pointed out, and people are worthless, so even if you're doing a reasonable job, they might try and find a way to, hey, why is it so serious? Let me sit on the front bumper. If I fall off and get crushed by the wheels, well, who knows what will happen, right?
So you have to...
That was ridiculous to me, you know. I mean, it's one thing if the car not moving, it's another thing if the truck moving.
You would be surprised to know the type of ridiculous behavior that is taking place in and during Carnival period throughout Trinidad and Tobago.
I mean,
not all has been recorded.
Listen, to some extent, I understand. Trimbagonian plus alcohol, things will happen, right? Pure plus alcohol is bad enough. Trimbagonian plus alcohol, I know that I cannot imagine how bad it will get, and I don't even want to try. But it was just another thing when Mr. San Fernando brought up the Samsung plant and their structural issues, and it was all for naught. And I you know, it's the same thing in construction. If you skimp on it, that's one of the things with some of those recent HTC developments where, you know, that's one of the concerns, right? And now it's all wasted, it's money down the drain. And these are one of the things where I guess now, yes, it might not seem so dire and so obvious with a carnival ban and carnival safety, but it goes back to, I mean, I think you were pointing out too with the scaffolding.
Yes.
Right? It goes back to that as well. Like, we can't take these things for granted, especially if you want it to grow, because, there are more people on the road and the roads are the same.
And we are getting, and we have much more international
notoriety, appeal.
Yes. A lot of Carnival is aired throughout. And remember, other countries look at Trinidad and Tobago Carnival.
We might not necessarily be the be-all and end-all in certain aspects, but we are the street party.
The irony behind it is that they look at our cultural display of our carnival, cultural expression of carnival, and they mimic those things across in other jurisdictions, right? And other carnivals. However, we take other things from other carnival that is not so positive and bring it to us. As there's a lot of conversation taking place with the amount of nudity in Carnival.
Right.
And where the more you pay is the less you wear for Carnival. And the amount of females and the type of things that they wear for Carnival. There is a lot of conversation with that.
So I don't think that's restricted to carnivals, right? I woke up one morning and realized, oh, women swimsuits are less than they used to be.
Well,
and that seemingly is more universal. Whereas before it was a niche thing, now it's more universal. Not every woman, but it is what it is. So to some extent, why do we expect carnival costumes to be, more coverage, have more coverage than swimsuits?
But the problem is not the costume. It's the freeness and the exposure that persons, I mean, let's put it this way. There was a caller on a radio station that brought this up, that how does a child react when he go back to school Monday or Ash Wednesday when he happened to see his teacher almost completely naked in school?
Time out. I'm very certain I have seen these things pop up every now and then, and it makes me feel weird when I see it. You'll see, this is one of those things where, look, you're just not going to see men in this kind of position most of the time, right? Speedos are not that in vogue, at least not on this side of the Atlantic, right?
So true.
But I do wonder what it's like for children whose mothers are young enough and fit enough and skinny enough to wear certain bathing suits, much less carnival costumes. So forget teachers. All right?
Let me go straight to the home.
Right, yeah? Right? It's like, I don't even know what to make of that, because that's just kind of beyond my thought process. And you know what, if I get married and I had to deal with that kind of equation at home, I don't know what I would do. It's just one of those things, right? And as a man, it's just one of those things I don't know how to say about it. And the show has to end right now for more than one reason, but mainly because we run out of time, not because I don't know what to say on this topic. But it's 2025, folks, and like, I'll close the show with how I open the show. We progressed. I don't know if we know how to manage the progression, right? So thanks to the callers for calling in. Thanks to Ashraf for joining me once again.
No problem. It's always a pleasure, and it's a very interesting point. And I'll take note of today's date, because there's not on a regular basis that you could find Sean Michael Small short of words.
Wow. Thank you. By the way, just so you know, we are in a state of emergency, in case anyone forgot, right? I just thought to throw it out there. Yes. It happens, right? Sometimes I'm a loss for words by choice because I know better, right? Maybe this is one of those times. Make this weekend a good one. Enjoy your cool down, those of you who are trying to recover with your broken foot after jumping up too much to party over this carnival, right? I mean, those who know. Please stay safe. And like I said yesterday, it's nice to be nice. And given how some of these murders goes down, you don't know who you're dealing with. Don't try to be an adult and be tough and to push back. You know, it's not worth it to have a confrontation just because your ego, needs to have a little bit of a boost in the moment. Why? Right? Because the other person might be on even more nonsense than you, and it could go too far. So stay safe. It's nice to be nice, even if you don't like the person in front of you right now. De-escalate whatever situations you find yourselves in so that we can see each other next week. Until then, bye-bye.
WESN.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years' experience. Give us a call, at 235-5479 for more information.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward on our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for, it's called loss and damage. And we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
The home of Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
Today, the region suffers the worst pollution in the world linked to oil production.
Lung cancer is on the increase, blood cancer, bone cancer, cervical cancer, breast cancer is on the increase.
Local communities are demanding compensation.
We want justice for the Pile community.
We want justice for the organic community.
They are fighting for an oil-free future.
Mangroves are useful, very, very useful, not just for the cleanup, for the environment. They absorb a lot of carbon.
Watch Reporters Plus, Hope and Resilience on France 24.
Kansaja Maro, Bensaya or Macambobia, Musiwa Tolore Yaribe, who say Becoma. Tame Niajia Muduli, Turu Niama, Tanoniama, Turu Lawi Meson, Turu Sajamabe, Palu Lesor, Kuke, Kubeti, Umachano Nada, Turuma Mangada, no. Tenora Taminga Purari, Miashi.
Sauni area, young chatted on no. The money, a colon sea shong, Miava, sea shong, very low chara. No, you are the mammy, are the Tore Mammy, local and South Racing, general sea shong in Miali.
Say don't do down the nest, so the bean side are cuckoo and low cabin make cuckoo and rubber do male. I'm a patient. That Bioyames, you see them you low leg or not let her, the side chin up in lebe Yamale, gone Joshi, the lamb hope, and also Joe Miaba there, duale, so Joe Miade. Side Luale, side about Job Shiba, side being le, Chanta Dwala, Simpi Dwala, Longa, the cool $2 so lemon $2. Luadiluba, Amaro. To get out the child start to long at that she can mess with no, I'm looking, but dear.
Sarah Morris, France 24 correspondent based in Madrid, bringing you news, reports and analysis on Spain and Portugal. So join me here on France 24.
Sarah Morris, one of the 200 France 24 correspondents around the world.
Welcome to Around the World here on France 24. I'm Erin Ogunkeye. The headlines. A dangerous escalation in the rhetoric war between France and Russia. The Russian foreign minister describing Emmanuel Macron's proposal to extend France's nuclear deterrent to other European nations as a threat, warning that the Kremlin may even need to take appropriate countermeasures in response to protect its own security. The situation in Syria showing new signs of deteriorating. Syrian forces have rushed to crush a burgeoning insurgency by fighters belonging to Bashar al-Assad's Alawite minority in the West, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights claiming that over 120 people have been killed. And the discovery of an unexploded bomb dating back to the Second World War at France's busiest train station causes widespread travel disruptions. Workers that were landscaping at a bridge renovation site found the 500-kilogram explosive device near the tracks serving the Gare du Nord train station early Friday morning.
Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
WESN.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Commissioner of Police says carnival period generally safe despite 2 homicides. Crime spree in Arima. Multiple robberies on Carnival Tuesday. Businessman's son found dead in Williamsville. And internationally, Canada bans U.S. alcohol in trade dispute with Trump. Now for the details. Acting Commissioner of Police Junior Benjamin says despite 2 homicides on Carnival Monday and Tuesday, the overall event remained safe. Speaking at a media conference on March 5th, Benjamin credited heavy police deployment for maintaining security, stating that officers quickly apprehended the suspects and seized their weapons. He noted that investigations are ongoing, including reports that one suspect is a licensed firearm holder. The Acting Commissioner of Police highlighted a 31% drop in murders this year, with 66 recorded compared to 95 in 2024. Home invasions have also declined by 74%. While police reported a mostly peaceful carnival, DCP Operations Kurt Simon revealed there were 7 homicides between February 28th and March 4th, prompting further security measures. Gold Commander ACP Richard Smith said 8 out of 10 police divisions reported no major incidents. Officers were deployed from early Monday, conducting searches at city entrances, enforcing parking regulations, and ensuring compliance with vehicle restrictions. Meanwhile, police operations over the carnival period resulted in 54 detention orders and the recovery of firearms, ammunition, and drugs. Investigations continue into missing military ammunition, a missing Coast Guard officer, and a triple murder in Guanapo. Arima's carnival celebrations took a dark turn as multiple robberies and attacks were reported on Tuesday night. Police are investigating a series of violent robberies in Arima during and after the Carnival Tuesday festivities. In Malabar, 2 men attacked and robbed a man outside Pro Bar, stealing his bag and valuables. In another incident at the same location, a second victim was assaulted and had his $27,000 gold chain stolen by 3 men. Over in Rose Park, a woman was pushed to the ground and robbed by a man armed with a glass bottle. Later that night, an 18-year-old man was ambushed inside a nightclub bathroom by 4 suspects, who stole 2 iPhones and cash before fleeing. Police have launched investigations into all incidents as they work to track down the perpetrators. A well-known businessman's son was found dead at his apartment in Williamsville on Tuesday night. Police are investigating the death of 28-year-old Truman Lochan Das Jr., son of Stackhouse Co-Limited owner Truman Lochan Das Sr. Das Jr. was last seen by the manager of his family's business before he was found unresponsive in the apartment's laundry area by a young tenant. Emergency responders pronounced him dead at the scene. There were no visible signs of foul play and police suspect suicide, though an autopsy has been ordered to confirm the cause of death. Authorities remind anyone struggling with mental health to reach out to Lifeline's 24-hour support services. Internationally, a trade war is brewing between Canada and the U.S., with Canada removing American alcohol from store shelves in response to Trump's new tariffs. In retaliation for U.S.-imposed tariffs on Canadian goods, several Canadian provinces, including Ontario, have pulled American-made alcoholic beverages from liquor stores. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford says nearly $1 billion worth of U.S. alcohol is affected, with bars and restaurants also unable to restock. Brown-Forman, the maker of Jack Daniels, says the move is more damaging than tariffs as it completely removes products from the market. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has slammed the U.S. tariffs, calling them a very dumb thing to do, and accusing Trump of attempting to weaken Canada's economy. Meanwhile, Washington has also imposed tariffs on Mexico, though Trump says automakers will be temporarily spared. Brown-Forman is monitoring the situation in both countries as the trade dispute unfolds. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for watching.
Attention everyone! The Office of the Prime Minister Communications has launched a brand new WhatsApp channel designed to keep you informed and connected like never before. Get real-time updates, breaking news, and important information directly from the source. With our WhatsApp channel, you'll always know what's happening when it's happening. Joining is easy. Use your phone camera, scan this QR code, tap follow, and that's it. You're in. Be sure to tap the notification bell to never miss an update. Stay informed, stay empowered. Join the conversation with the Office of the Prime Minister Communications WhatsApp channel today.
WESN.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. Thanks for being with us here on WESN. Let's tell you what's happening over the next half hour or so on this edition of the program. In one case, speed limit review to be considered, but no promises. That's the story in the last Sunday's Express. We'll tell you a little bit about what's in it. And then the following day, the Express wrote an editorial on the subject. From that, reporting changed the behavior of road users. So let's go to this story in the first place. Speed limit to be reviewed, to be considered, but no promises. Minister in the Ministry of Works and Transport, Rishi Sukai, suggested that the review of the speed limit on the nation's roads will be considered, but it is not a measure he can promise will happen. He was speaking with the Sunday Express via phone and was responding to questions following a statement made by the road safety advocacy group Arrive Alive, President Sharon Inglefield. She would like to see the speed limit on the main roads reduced and cited that so far this year there have been 22 pedestrian road fatalities that happened on the main roads and 18 on the highways in Trinidad and Tobago. She observed that motorists had a very driver-centric mentality and often behaved like they owned the roads, but at the same time, pedestrians had a, quote, bounce me down mentality, unquote, and said they often cross the roads with a certain attitude. Well, Arrive Alive is planning for an event to take place in a couple of days at the Queen's Park Savannah in Port of Spain. We want to talk about that, and we want to talk about the advocacy that is continuing, because the Express editorial suggests change the behavior of road users. With us on this edition of the program then, Mr. Dinesh Craig Mahabia. He's the operations manager at Arrive Alive. Good to have you, sir.
Hi, good day, Andy. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right. Can you talk a little bit about the event that is coming up in the wake of this latest reporting about how we use the roads in the country?
Well, yeah, the World Day of Remembrance is an international event. It's been happening for quite a while now. And Trinidad, we have adopted that Arrive Alive. We are hosting that event in Trinidad this year, and it remembers the lives of those passed on the nation's roads, those who have lost their lives in road traffic accidents on the nation's roads. Now, that deeply affects the families of these persons who are lost. You know, so in a lot of cases, they are breadwinners. In some cases, they are children. And these families need some sort of support. At Arrive Alive, we do provide free counseling for these families. We do provide free groceries in certain circumstances where needed, and among other initiatives that we do. So this is a cumulative effort of what we do throughout the year, and it's a worldwide initiative on the third Sunday of every November to commemorate these persons lost and to create awareness in the country. And we do so with a very interactive traffic village, or what we call of education. When you come down there, you see demonstrations, you get entertainment, and you get interactive booths where you can learn while having some fun. And we also do a memorial walk around the savannah to raise awareness and a special candle lighting ceremony to honor those who have passed. So a lot is happening in that event, and you know, we plan throughout the year to always have it. And it's something that, you know, it makes all our efforts throughout the year come together in one place.
Okay, so thus far, there have been 22 pedestrian deaths because of road accidents on the roads in Trinidad and Tobago. For the length of time that this organization has been in place, and there are other groups of people, other organizations working, I suppose, towards a same kind of outcome, a reduction in road fatalities, a reduction in accidents. What would you say has been the effect of the organization, or how would you rate the advocacy that has been taking place when you put it against the continued incidents on the roads in the country?
Well, you know, at Arrive Alive, we exist because not enough is being done. You know, it has to be said. You know, and that's what we do. We have so many initiatives that we don't get to market to the public. So just to make you aware, we go to schools from primary, secondary, and tertiary level schools to provide free education classes on road safety. And that's where it starts. It starts at the youngest level. We have a driver's rehabilitation course for those who have accumulated demerit points, for those who have lost their license. And that is approved by the Ministry of Roads and Transport. That is unique to Trinidad and Tobago. It's not a defensive driving course, which is an American-based thing. This is based on our demerit point system. So we have a driver's rehabilitation course. And, you know, in a lot of ways, that course, which is very popular because people are losing their licenses out there, if people are not aware of that. But it's very popular in the sense that it's very well attended because people are racking up demerit points throughout the country. And we play a role in rehabilitating those drivers. And it shows us that when someone gets a driver's license, they may not be necessarily well placed to drive a vehicle, which is very concerning. So that course gives us a lot of insight into what's happening in the country. And also, With that course, we have a new driver's workshop for persons under 25 and persons who have not driven a vehicle at all. We have a new driver's workshop, first-time drivers, that we can educate them as well. So alongside what we do for families, we also have those courses, and these things we do to advocate our road safety education initiative. And when we have events like this, and we have a road safety awards event, this is what we do to try to bring awareness to the public, because a lot of what we do is behind closed doors. We try to change one individual at a time. But when we have events like this, we try to change a lot of minds. We try to make people aware. But like I said at the start, not enough is being done in all areas.
You said that some people who acquire a driver's permit shouldn't get them because they're not equipped to use them on the roads?
Well, I can't be the judge of that. That's what the licensing authority is in charge of. And, but we would like to see more rigorous standards, so maybe better education in terms of the way that drivers are prepared in getting and how prepared they are to go onto the nation's roads. Because we see people, I am saying this from the perspective of people coming to our rehabilitation workshops having accumulated a bunch of infractions on the road, not knowing what it is. And I know that ignorance of the law is not an excuse, but do they have the right avenues to be educated? There's a National Road Safety Council happening, which we are a part of, and steps are being slowly being investigated in that direction to are persons acquiring driver's licenses actually well placed to go on the nation's roads. Is definitely something worth looking at.
And so are the authorities, the drivers, the licensing department, for instance, involved in that group of sort of people who are involved in this business? Are they part
the
of that?
Ministry of Works and Transport, for the most part, they're at the helm of it, and they oversee all operations in that regard. So they have, let's say, the right authority to make those decisions.
So let's talk a little bit about to the extent that you can, about the meeting with the Minister Sukai. I mean, he said that well, he couldn't promise anything.
So I'm aware of it. Ms. Inglefield was really busy today at preparing for this event on Sunday, and I'm aware of the comments he made, and I see what he's saying. Things don't just change overnight, and like I mentioned, there are ongoing talks, there are ongoing initiatives to go in that direction. I think what we want is a little bit of impetus into those initiatives. We want some bite, not just the bark. So that is what Ms. Inglefield is calling for in those articles. The minister, of course, will just have to say what he can in that regard. But reduction in speed limits is because we're asking for that, because the faster you go, the more they put lives at risk. It's really as simple as that. And there are many things being said, but I try to avoid any doubt. We don't want to create doubt in people's mind. That is not the right direction to go with anywhere it's coming from. If you create doubt in the public's mind in terms of what is happening, then people may not necessarily know what direction to go. So I understand both sides of the coin, but we would love to see some initiatives actually taking fruit.
And that, what you would say, if you would have ranked those initiatives, or what the demands would be, or what Arrival Live's proposal should be, the reduction in the speed limit you would put at the top of that, or what are some of the other matters, wherever you put that?
Yeah, we are engaged in, well, it's not just an outright call for reduction in speed limits. It's in speed limits in certain areas, and that is what is mentioned in the article as well. It's speed limits when you come up to major junctions. When you're coming northbound and you pass Carmi, not many people know that on the highway it goes from 100. The speed limit goes from 100 to goes to 60 when you pass that bridge. So not many people know that, and they continue at 100. Because you're coming up to a major flyover, a major intersection. And that is one start, Sometimes, in an article, we may not get across all the details of the point we're trying to make. It's summarized a lot, which is why this platform and what you're doing is important. We get to hash it out a little bit more in detail. It's not just an outright, nationwide call for just arbitrary reduction in speed limits. It's not a knee-jerk reaction. There are procedures of this happening all over the world. We have done data collection at major junctions along the priority bus route, showing that the infrastructure is not there in place for pedestrians, and the priority bus route is high pedestrian traffic. This is daily commute of thousands of people every single day, and sometimes the crossings are not there, the crossing lights are not there, just the basic necessities of keeping people safe on their commute to and from their daily activities. They are not there. So how do we in the immediate future protect lives, and how many lives are too much? If 14 people have died as pedestrians this year, and then next year 13 have died, is that a success? A reduction? No one should be dying, and asking for a call and the reduction of speed limits in approaching intersections is just a simple way of dealing with that immediately.
Yeah, well, you cite the priority bus routes, but in the reporting, what we're seeing here is that there's a preponderance of deaths to the extent that the number is what it is along the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway and on the highway going down to San Fernando, not so?
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple things on that, I'm from San Fernando, and I make that trek to Port of Spain every day, all right? So I see what's happening on the roads, and I see people trying to cross that road, trying to cross the highway in the middle of nowhere, and it's incredibly dangerous. Those people are risking their lives on a daily basis. Some people do that on a daily basis. Just standing on the shoulder of the highway is a huge risk. It's incredibly dangerous to do that. When workers have to, like for example, CPEP workers have to maintain the middle of the highway in the grassy areas or the plants that are there, they as well, they are risking their lives. How do they access that point without police intervention of getting them into the middle of the highway? That is incredibly dangerous for them. And those are the things that leads to deaths. Yes, there are walkovers and people are reluctant to use them, or maybe they are made not enough walkovers to go there. But when we look at the statistics of where it happens, we are looking at a screenshot. We are looking at statistics of people who have died. I would love for there to be a robust data reporting and statistic analysis on what is happening. For example, people who are injured. We only get statistics on fatalities. There are numerous number of cases where people are injured, pedestrians are injured, whether injured in the case that they are seriously injured and are life-changing, or injured in the case that they are hospitalized and their life is in danger. And these cases are not shown in any statistics. So to start with statistics, we need a robust statistics system to show us where this is happening, what time this is happening, what sort of injuries have happened, and what are the response times, or where have these people gone, and what is in place for them. Without statistics, we cannot, that helps advocacy the most. We cannot advocate for change without knowing the facts.
So I think that more people end up with injuries than those who die.
Well, I can't say for sure because we don't have the proper statistics in place to say that, but those go unnoticed. Yes, we don't want any fatalities, but what happens to a man who is crippled for life crossing the highway? That's not in our reports here. We don't see that in our statistics, but it's happening. So when you add those, so we're seeing almost 100 deaths so far for the year. Christmas is coming up, we have to say a prayer for the nation, but how many people have been seriously injured, or even if not seriously injured, just injured or involved in accident? How many accidents have we had? These are the kind of statistics that we need to have, and that's what's happening, and that's what drives the change. That's what drives response times. That's what saves lives.
62% increase compared to last year. That is a huge increase, Ms. Inglefield is pointing out. Correct?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is catastrophic, we've more than doubled the amount of people of lives being lost on the road. And I saw the editorial that you mentioned, but the editorial said in 2017 it dropped for 3 years, and then it rose in 2021. And that editorial apparently has forgotten that we were on lockdown during the COVID period and hardly anyone was on the road. So I don't like to go into statistics because I will just openly say that there is not enough statistics. And I'm not going to quote any other statistic. That what you just said there is alarming enough for people to understand what's happening. I'm just saying there's not enough. And if we did have it, you would see those alarm bells. We would be in a state of red emergency of like, this is unacceptable. You know, so I don't like when people quote statistics and editorials claiming certain things because it can be twisted for any means. But let's just get these statistics. How about that? How about we use that as a start?
What is the message you all would like to get through to pedestrians? Because Ms. Inglefield is reported as saying here that a lot of people who use the roads as pedestrians have this bonksman attitude.
Well, you know, I recently saw in New York that jaywalking is no longer illegal. I don't know if you saw that one. So now you're free to cross at will how you want. What does that mean? That means that the pedestrian has the right of way. That means that you have to respect the pedestrian. All right. So in Trinidad, you know, that bounce me down mentality you're referring to is that is a cry for help from pedestrians. That is what that is. It's just like, you respect me. That is a cry for respect on the roads. And that's what we're saying. The drivers do not respect that they could be taking lives on the roads if they do not manage the way that they drive a vehicle properly. Driving a vehicle is a privilege, it's not a right. And people have to understand that. They have to know that they have to be safe. They are not the only persons in the road. There are cyclists who get knocked down all the time. I mean, there was a horrific pedestrian accident that made the viral video on social media. And when we see these things, the hard reality hits home. You know, I can understand where pedestrians are coming from because it seems like sometimes drivers do not respect.
To what extent the demerit system has any positive impact on the conduct of people behind the wheels of their vehicles? Because there are some people who argue that it is punitive and you know, it prevents, it takes away livelihoods from a lot of people, sometimes under spurious circumstances. There are other interest groups who challenge the authorities on this question of the demerit points.
The demerit point system has, without a doubt, been finally some way of holding accountability people who break the law. That's all it is. That it protects law-abiding citizens. It helps to deter in irresponsible driving. That's what it does. And many times, like I said, we here at Arrival Live are involved in the driver's rehabilitation course where people lose their license and have to come here. And it's about changing behavior. It's about educating people, and it's about changing attitudes. Many taxi drivers come in here, many people whose livelihood depend on it. And we have the statistics from that program to show just how they have changed. You know, we would love to have the testimony of these people to tell you, but you know, we have to protect these people's privacy. You know, they're not really willing to say anything publicly because of the situation they've been through. But there is a process in place to get your license back, and we are part of that process. So people have to be held accountable for what they do. And you know, sometimes when you ask for accountability and you put things in place, people don't like that because it involves change. And if it involves positive change, then there's going to be resistance to it. But the demerit point system has absolutely been a success, and allow me to continue.
Yeah, but it's interesting you say that, because a lot of drivers and people who represent drivers in a kind of way think differently about the demerit point system. It says that in a lot of cases it puts people out of their breadwinning activities on sometimes questionable grounds, as to somebody pulls up on a corner to let somebody out, and depending on who the police officer is, you might lose some demerit points for things like what those advocates say aren't necessary and in a lot of cases punitive.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's another side to that. There are many police officers who also let you go. There are also police officers who are concerned about, okay, you're a taxi driver, this is your livelihood, I'll stop you on the wrist this time, but don't let it happen again. So as much as some police officers will be harsh, some may be a little bit relaxed, and I understand that, that's human nature. But at the end of the day, if you get a demerit point, you don't lose your license just over one basic offense. You have to commit a series of offenses or one or two serious offenses for you to lose your license and therefore lose your livelihood. So it's not just a one-off thing. It means that people who are losing their license and rack up demerit points are consistent lawbreakers, basically. They have been doing things a certain way for a period of time, and now it's time to change that to protect the lives of the people.
Yeah, I want to quote this this paragraph from the expert editorial. It says here that Ms. Inglefield also noted that road network infrastructure appears to change the behavior of road users, and it's in quotes. This has been proven in various first world countries all over the globe, she said. So when pedestrians have well-maintained infrastructure like pavements, they will be used. So what she's saying is that the infrastructure is not as well-maintained as it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. It is not only is it not maintained, it's probably in some cases non-existent. You know, just having a crossing light where a crossing buzzer to allow people to cross to stop road traffic so people can cross. Sometimes that's not there. That needs to be, you know. She's absolutely right because it works. We're seeing it in other countries working. You know, if you look at some of the other Caribbean islands who are heavily involved in tourism, they have to make sure that is there, right? And they're protecting the lives of the people, of the tourists who are part of their livelihood. We are talking about protecting our own people, our own citizens, and that starts at schools. That starts at the PBR along the ways where there's heavy traffic. You know, if we are not protecting children at schools and having crossing guards and having crossing lights and properly marked areas and signage, what are we? Do we really care about what is happening? You know, so absolutely, infrastructure is not there, it's not maintained, and I see on the highway sometimes there's signage that the trees are blocking the sign, so you have no idea what's happening. You know, we go on knowledge, but are the simple things being done?
So the reduction in the speed limit from 100 kms, that is your number one sort of bargaining point with the minister. He says that there can be no promises. To the extent that you can speak a little bit about what transpired in the meeting, what does he appear to be leaning in any particular direction as to say, well, okay, I will go and make a case for this, that, or the other? Would it be the cabinet?
Well, I can't speak for the minister, but I will say that the Honourable Minister Rowanson will be speaking at our event as the featured speaker on Sunday. So I'm looking forward to what he has to say on Sunday. I'm not privy to what the conversation was between Ms. Inglefield and the minister, but if we had to put something as number one on our list, it would be educating. It would be educating the country on what is happening. And we, right now, are in initiatives that change one life at a time or change one individual at a time. When we go to schools, it's a bigger group, but we would love to be involved in nationwide initiatives of education to get these initiatives going. We continue to advocate for better education and better infrastructure. Speed limits, like I said, you know, just to make it that clear, you know, education of the public in a large way, that a nationwide initiative of education, that is what is needed. That is what we will push for to make immediate changes. We would love for the safety protocols and the basic infrastructure to be in place for schools, for major high traffic areas like, I'm just saying, like the PBR, like that Curep intersection or Sawa intersection of the PBR where there's high traffic every single day, City Gate, that sort of thing. Those are immediate initiatives. Yes, changing the speed limit is important because speed kills, and that's just a fact that is demonstrated everywhere in every research paper that's ever been done. More responsibility. How do we make immediate impact on the roads? That's why a speed limit change is being called for. Are we being responsible? How many lives are enough? But speed limit not across the board, but in certain areas.
Let me just quote a statement carried in the editorial on the matter on November 11th. While good pavements are undoubtedly necessary, anecdotal evidence suggests that most modern pedestrian deaths are caused by drivers losing control of their vehicles. What role do potholes, fissures, and pooled water caused by no camber play in this? And that data does not exist. Instead, the cause is always attributed to human error, such as speeding, inebriation, and sleepiness. Comment.
That's exactly what I said before. I try to avoid statements like that. This person says anecdotal evidence suggests, and then says no data exists. So I don't want to deal in contradictions like that, all right? Because the statistics are not there to make statements like that, all right? So I wouldn't say that. How many people dodge a pothole and kill somebody? You know, that is what that is alluding to. I will not go down that road, but I love that they say it, because I love that it shows just how misinformed the public is. And like I said before, anything that tries to cast doubt onto any situation is not going to be helpful. What we need is clarity of direction, clarity of work, and unity working together. We will put pressure on the ministry because that's what we do. We're just in a position to do that. Somebody has to do it, all right? We put so much pressure on them, but the minister is going to speak at our event on Sunday, and I'm looking forward to that. And we tell him what we have to tell him because we are trying our best to save lives. At the end of the day, if all I do is sit in our office here and do paperwork all day, at least I would have contributed to educating someone and saving a life. Thankfully, it's not just in our office all day. We're out there. We're out there at the schools where we're changing lives one day at a time. You know, I would encourage persons to not make statements like what you just said. You know, the statistics that I have seen is that speeding and inebriation are some of the highest factors that lead to accidents in Trinidad. And like I am saying, we need a robust data collection system that tells us not just fatalities, but every type of accident that is happening, what the response times are, where they are happening, who is involved, age of the drivers, you name it. That information is there. There's a police statistical unit, right, where we get our information from, but they need more people, they need qualified people, they need persons that can make that unit something impactful. If that unit is empowered, then we can make decisions on where ambulances should be looking at, where police presence should be increased, and that's what happens in the other countries. You know, this is not like something new where we're trying to come with. This is something that is working around the world.
All right, so just before we go, you're holding your breath, let's say collectively, not you alone, the organization, that the minister will come away from that event with some kind of commitment, whether he expresses it or not, to move for some kind of action from the authorities on this question of the usage of the roads, both by motorists and by people who will cross or who have to cross the roads because of where they live.
Absolutely, you know, we can only hope. You know, we have seen changes. We have been involved in pushing for the merit points, and it has come on board. You know, like I said, there's a National Road Safety Council of which the ministers, the Ministry of Work and Transport are the directors of. So they are advocating now, or at least doing their research in terms of the licensing office and the way that drivers are educated in getting a license. So there are many avenues that you can seek to address this, you know, but there, like I mentioned during the show, there's so many avenues that we can look at. Some with immediate impact and some that are just necessary for a long-term impact on saving lives in the country.
All right, well, let's see what happens at the discussions. Dinesh Mahabir, Operations Manager, Arrival Live. Thank you very much for talking with us.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I really appreciate it, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. Best wishes for the meeting. This has been 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
WESN.
If these walls could talk, they'd cry uncle. They didn't plan to become offices. or yoga studios. But they've stood by us, even when we got a little stir-crazy. For that, they deserve some thanks. They deserve Benjamin Moore.
The home of Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
$700,000 commuters passing through every day has come to a halt. It's relatively empty, and a lot of regional suburban trains have been either cancelled or rerouted or moved to other stations, but international trains heading to London, Brussels or Amsterdam have been cancelled, and we've seen the impact it's had on groups of confused tourists from Japan, from the Netherlands, from America, who were taking trains to then catch flights, and they were frantically searching for alternatives and complaining that the ticket refund system was not working. Earlier I also spoke to a lady who's heading to Belgium for her brother's wedding, and she said she was completely stuck here because all Flixbuses were fully booked and car sharing options were limited. So very seriously impacted, a lot of travellers very seriously impacted today, but we're not just feeling it here in the centre of Paris. The police on site have told us that the ring road around the capital is partially closed and parts of it heavily blocked with traffic as commuters find alternatives to reach their destinations by car or by bus.
Well, next to a slight victory, at least for now, for the South Korean president, the court canceled the impeached leader's arrest warrant Friday, possibly paving the way for his temporary release from jail. But he is still facing a trial on insurrection charges. All of this, of course, over his brief imposition of martial law last year. The Seoul Central District Court then said that that ruling was based simply on the timing of the indictment, which came after the initial detention period had already expired. But it doesn't dismiss the criminal charges that led to his arrest last January. He's also still facing impeachment, that case, of course, pending before the Constitutional Court. And though the measles was officially declared eliminated from the United States in 2000, the country is in the midst of one of the largest outbreaks of the disease in the past decade. A second death was reported in the state of New Mexico Thursday. The unvaccinated adult patient had not sought medical care prior to his death, only after which did he test positive for the measles. Now, in the past few weeks, over 100 cases have been confirmed in nearby Texas, where an unvaccinated child also died from the disease in late February. The outbreak has, of course, put U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy to the test, especially because he is a longtime vaccine skeptic. Well, moving on to some other news now. If you are here in Paris, you've just got 2 days left to take advantage of the full collection of modern art that's housed at the Pompidou Museum in central Paris. That's because from Monday, specialists will start taking away the nearly 2,000 items that compose its permanent collection ahead of a major renovation project. Now, this weekend will include a series of performances with attendees encouraged as well to dress or create accessories inspired by the permanent collection. And then in another perk, it'll actually be free for visitors until Monday. Now, smaller temporary exhibitions will run until the month of September. And in that month, then the museum will close fully to the public for the next 5 years. Those renovations are also set to cost a whopping 260 million euros. Stay tuned then for more programming coming up here on Around the World.
France 24 pushes digital news even further. France 24, a digital version. Economy, sports, news, special reports, all on demand. France 24, your first choice for news.
Hello and welcome to Access Asia. I'm Yuka Huaye. Coming up in this edition, China remains defiant in the face of Donald Trump's steep tariffs, but how will the world's factory keep humming? We meet some exporters there. Bangladeshi students who played a major role in ousting ex-Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina last summer have formed a political party, vowing to prevent any future authoritarian rule. And they flap their ears and squirt water from their trunks. Life-sized robotic elephants are being rolled out in India's Hindu temples as a cruelty-free alternative to the endangered animals. Changes unseen in a century are unfolding across the world. The words of Chinese Premier Li Qiang as he unveiled a slew of economic stimulus measures at the annual meeting of the National People's Congress. Beijing keeping its growth target at around 5% this year, despite a new trade war with the United States. Donald Trump has slapped additional 20% tariffs on all Chinese imports, a measure that will hurt businesses on both sides. Companies in China are seeking ways to adapt. Our correspondents have been meeting some of them.
Guangdong province is China's top exporting hub, meaning this is one of the front lines of the US-China trade war. Wang Mingqing is the manager of a television screen factory.
Working hard, colleagues.
Since his return to the White House, US President Donald Trump has slapped a 20% levy on all Chinese goods. That comes on top of existing duties on a wide variety of products, including displays.
Now, US clients will only place orders based on actual demand, like when they have specific client orders instead of stockpiling as they used to. We've lost some of our American customer base.
Less than a third of Wang's clientele is American, down from 70% back in 2019 before the first round of Trump tariffs. In this industry, the future is no longer across the Pacific.
At present, the company's main business direction are markets in Southeast Asia, Central Asia and Africa. Our prediction for the future is mainly Russia or Ukraine, because they need to reconstruct after the war.
While some businesses turn to greener pastures, others aren't deterred by tariffs. 35 kilometers away, we visit the House of Sleep. The mattress company makes 10,000 pieces a month. 90% of it is shipped to the US. General Manager Wu Youxing explains that when it comes to tariffs, there are workarounds.
I hand over the goods from the factory to a third party who's responsible for shipping them to an overseas warehouse.
Wu works with logistics companies to export their products through Korea, Malaysia and Indonesia. In 2019, Washington already slapped steep duties on this industry, up to 1,700%. Despite the barriers, Chinese models dominate the US mattress market.
The US market and the US government are so resistant to Chinese goods because they're worried about the growing strength of everything that's made in China.
Wu may be confident in his product, but he still has a contingency plan. The House of Sleep is considering branching out to Germany or Australia should the US market become too complicated.
In Bangladesh, students who led last year's uprising that toppled the government has launched a new political party ahead of possible elections later this year. The National Citizens Party is led by 26-year-old Nahid Islam, who until recently served as an advisor to the interim government. It aims to challenge the political establishment and bring justice to the hundreds killed during the protests. Laurent Berstecker has the story.
A political party born on the streets of Bangladesh, launched by the very students who toppled Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina after 15 years in power.
Long live the revolution!
The Jatiya Nagarik Party, also known as the National Citizens Party, hopes to bring back free speech and fair elections to Bangladesh after decades of oppressive rule.
We want to get rid of the tainted history of the previous fascist regime, which spread corruption and terror across our country. That's why this new party was created.
Last summer's protests saw some of the worst violence in the country's history. At least 1,400 people were killed in clashes with security forces, and the National Citizens Party is now seeking to bring the perpetrators to justice.
Let us build a Bangladesh where every citizen's voice is represented, where justice and equal rights will be a fundamental part of politics, where equality and human dignity will become the foundation of the state.
26-year-old Nahid Islam was at the forefront of the student movement which toppled Prime Minister Hasina. He then served as an advisor in the country's interim government, led by Nobel Peace Prize winner Muhammad Yunus. Despite his young age and lack of experience, analysts say Nahid Islam's new party could become a force to be reckoned with in Bangladeshi politics.
They come into this, with a lot of legitimacy, a lot of credibility, and they're, some of them are household names. And so this is a unique moment, I think, in Bangladesh for a new political force to enter the arena. It's a different question, I guess, as to how successful they can be.
Bangladesh's interim government promised to hold free and fair elections by the end of the year, but the timeline was recently called into question by Nahid Islam himself, who said the country's volatile security situation and ailing institutions might make it impossible to hold a truly democratic vote.
The most populous nation on our planet is grappling with a growing health crisis. India has the world's highest obesity rate after the United States and China, with more than 135 million people being overweight. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched a nationwide campaign to combat the epidemic. This report from our team in New Delhi.
In New Delhi, 11 fast food and full-service restaurants are within a 1-kilometer radius. The country's fast food market, valued at $18.6 billion in 2024, is set to nearly double by 2033. This boom is fueling an obesity epidemic, with India having the third highest percentage of obese citizens in the world. 17-year-old Javeria Sheikh weighs 92 kilograms. Over the past 2 years, she has experienced a dramatic weight gain.
I started craving sugar. I like to eat anything sweet. Waffles, cakes, chocolate, anything sweet. Sometimes my friends outside school joke about my weight, and I really feel bad about it. I don't know what happened.
Rapid urbanization, rising disposable income, and the growth of food delivery platforms are fueling the obesity crisis, leaving parents worried. After failing to lower her weight through various methods, Javeria and her mother have decided to see a doctor for a surgical consultation.
Hello.
For the past 22 years, Dr. Shashank Shah has been performing bariatric surgeries that help reduce food consumption by removing a part of the stomach.
10-20 years back, we used to do about 30 to 40 procedures a month. Now it is increasing to 80 to 90 procedures. The obesity gives rise to diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart disease, or other diseases. It is probably unhealthy lifestyle, high calorie food, low activity, and I believe obesity is a major problem in India.
Dr. Shah has around 10 new patient consultations every day. The cost of over 4,000 euros deters many, but for people like Neeraj, it's a last resort. This 27-year-old weighs 120 kilograms and is about to undergo surgery.
I tried jogging, running, cycling, then even weightlifting, whatnot, diets, everything. I tried to went to the last possible level, but it wasn't helping me. So that is why surgery was the last hope.
The operation takes around 30 minutes and is performed under full anesthesia. It is meant to help Neeraj lose 35 kilograms in a year. But many are skeptical about weight loss surgeries, fearing weight gain will just occur over time. A few kilometers from the hospital, This wellness center attracts people from across India for traditional weight loss management and other medical conditions.
The new chemicals which are in the market, again, they are very good in results, but we don't know the long-term prospects of this particular drug. We don't know if they are going to be having a long-lasting effect, or similarly like bariatric, it will give you the lost weight will come back to you. We don't know.
With over 135 million overweight people in India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged a nationwide effort to combat obesity, stressing a 10% cut in edible oil consumption.
And finally, they're trumpeted as an alternative to keeping elephants in captivity in India. New mechanical elephant replicas have been rolled out in Hindu temples, which activists say could eventually be used for ceremonies and processions. The models have been funded and donated by animal rights campaigners on the condition that temples move captive elephants to sanctuaries. Andrew Hillier has more.
These elephants may squirt water from their trunks and flap their ears. But look a little closer, and you'll see that these life-size replicas are actually mechanical models. The model elephants have been touted as an alternative to keeping their real-life counterparts in captivity. Made from fiberglass and rubber, luxury versions include a nodding head, rolling eyes, and a lifelike tail. And they can cost more than $5,000 each.
We started it as artwork. You can see that we do more than just elephants. We just get a lot of orders for elephants. Even though we didn't intend to save elephants, now we are, and we're happy about it.
The models are funded by the Indian branch of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. They're then donated to Hindu temples on the condition that captive elephants are moved to approved sanctuaries. It's common to see elephants held in captivity in India. They're used for religious ceremonies and processions, but loud music, large crowds and flashing lights often spook the animals.
When it's a real elephant, there's fear amongst us. What if it runs amok? Since it's a robotic elephant, we feel much safer. And we are able to celebrate our festivals while staying much calmer.
According to animal rights campaigners, less than 50,000 Asian elephants are left in the wild. Activists say the mechanical models could help stave off the threat of extinction for real elephants.
That's all for this edition of Access Asia. Thanks for watching France 24, but please do stay tuned if you can. There's more world news coming up.
It's fragile, yet powerful. It's rare in our modern world. To earn it takes honesty, commitment, rigor, and independence. It thrives on free and open debate and discussion. Power and manipulation are alien to it. It's the enemy of oppressors and dictators. It's a cornerstone of democracy. In French, Spanish, English, Arabic, or any other language, its value is the same. It's vital to everyone in every corner of the globe. And without it, freedom of thought is impossible. Trust. Our reason for being here. France 24. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
I'm Natalie Savrikas, France 24's Athens correspondent. I'll be bringing you the latest from Greece and Cyprus live here on news and other TV programs. So join me here on France 24.
Natalie Savarikas, one of the 200 France 24 correspondents around the world.
Hello, I'm Annette Young, the host of the 51%, a show about women reshaping our world. Join us each week as we talk to and report on those working to boost gender equity. You can catch the show on France 24 and France24.com.
Hello, you're watching Around the World, France 24's weekend roundup of major news stories across the planet. These are the headlines then for you this Friday. A dangerous escalation in the rhetoric war between France and Russia. The Russian foreign minister describing Emmanuel Macron's proposal to extend France's nuclear deterrent to other EU countries as a threat, warning that it may need to take appropriate countermeasures in response to protect its own security. The security situation in Syria showing new signs of deteriorating. Syrian forces rushing to crush a burgeoning insurgency by fighters belonging to Bashar al-Assad's Alawite minority in the west. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights claiming that dozens of Alawites have been executed. And the discovery of an unexploded bomb dating back to the Second World War at France's busiest train station causes widespread travel disruptions Friday. Workers who were landscaping at a bridge renovation site found the 500-kilogram explosive device near the tracks serving the Gare du Nord train station early this morning. Well, first this hour, France and Russia exchanged tit-for-tat threats and even insults between Wednesday and this Friday. That back and forth all started when the French president first floated the idea of extending a nuclear umbrella to other European countries, describing Russia as a threat not only to France but to Europe at large. Now, the Kremlin in response said that it sees Macron's comments as nuclear blackmail, warning that it could adopt countermeasures in response. The episode also saw the two sides mount history-tinged insults against one another. Take a listen.
There are still people who want to go back to the times of Napoleon, forgetting how it ended.
The only imperial power I can see in Europe today is Russia, and it is an imperialist who seeks to rewrite history and the identity of peoples. And our desire is to be a power of peace, of balance. Ultimately, everything we do through our choices, including, by the way, arming ourselves to prevent tomorrow's war, these are choices for peace.
Well, meanwhile, Moscow launched 67 missiles and nearly 200 drones against Ukraine's energy and gas infrastructure overnight. It was the first major missile attack since the White House paused intelligence sharing with Kyiv. The strikes hit targets across the country from Kharkiv in the east all the way to Ternopil in the west. And despite incendiary language aimed almost exclusively at the Ukrainian president since he returned to the White House in January, on Friday, Donald Trump threatened new sanctions and tariffs, not on Ukraine this time, but on Russia over the latest bombing campaign against the Ukrainians. For more, France 24's international affairs editor Philip Turl joins me on set. Hi, Philip. Lots of back and forth from the White House on a range of issues, Russia and Ukraine included. So how do you assess these latest remarks from Donald Trump?
Every day there is a statement of some sort from the White House, either to do with tariffs, Canada, Mexico, or to do with the war in Ukraine, or other matters within Europe as well. We've just seen that spat with the French President Emmanuel Macron. So today, Donald Trump has just announced that he is calling on Russia to get to the negotiating table. That, I think, follows those attacks overnight that you were just referring to, with those 60 missile attacks and 200 drone attacks in Ukrainian territory. I'll read you this statement from President Trump. He says, based on the fact that Russia is pounding Ukraine on the battlefield, I'm strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement has been reached. And then he says to Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it is too late. So a strong-worded threat from President Trump, not directed for once to Ukraine, but this time to Russia. This is a change in direction for the US president. Remember, he's hinted about lifting sanctions against Russia. The United States voted with Russia in favor of a peace deal that didn't recognize the sovereignty of Ukraine. That was at the United Nations just a week ago. That was a bust-up last Friday, this time in the Oval Office between President Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky. So now we're seeing the shift moving from Ukraine to the Russians. What does that mean? I think that basically means that Donald Trump's been very critical of Ukraine, but we haven't really heard anything from the Russians. And what has been clear all the way down the line is that whatever happens in this war, Vladimir Putin's made it pretty clear that if there's nothing that he agrees with, then he's not going to end the war. He prefers to carry on fighting. He thinks he's got more to gain, especially with the way the United States is behaving right now, by keeping the war going. All of a sudden, Donald Trump seems to have changed position and is now threatening the Russians. Will that have an effect? Well, we'll have to wait and see, but certainly this is another of those unpredictable moves by the U.S. president.
It is true, Philip, that prior to that whole spat with Volodymyr Zelensky, it was one of the things that he said initially in his first days in office, that
WESN.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. My name is Mark Anthony Peter, and welcome to Breakthrough. Thank you for choosing WESN Content Capital. And right, joining me on the Breakthrough table is my co-host, as per usual. I have no adjective to describe him this morning, but as per usual, my co-host, Sean Michael Small. Good morning, Sean.
That's fine. That's fine. You know, there was a very infamous incident one time on a different show where someone, I won't repeat who or what he said. I'll just say, and you know, sometimes it doesn't always work out. Not too sure if I told you that story. I may have told you it relatively recently, but I'm not even going to give you hints because technically it would be an injustice if I even hint it. Right?
Okay, fair.
It is what it is.
Fair. Well, how are you?
I'm good. Got to see one of my nephews, just kind of randomly-ish, you know, life goes on outside of Carnival. People have stuff that they have to do. So, you know, came in, didn't really do anything, you know. Got a wake-up call. Apparently, some restaurants closed down over the Carnival weekend. So if you have any plans, you need to...
As in this coming weekend?
Yes, like from Thursday.
No, I'm staying inside. I may do Juve, but I'm staying inside from Friday to Tuesday.
I don't have any plans to participate in Carnival per se, but it's like you always have to remember, you know, Carnival could affect you. But I was concerned about that when they were going home, so I had them follow me to get to the port.
Right.
Thinking, oh gosh, what happens if the Savannah had a whole some event going on, and you know how that first corner is by Ministry of Health there, right? That could get real messy. Now we did see that the kiddies King and Queen was on the Avenue, right? And I'm like, I'm thinking, well, this might make more sense. It's easier to bypass that if you're not going to it, as opposed to that Savannah where everybody's kind of locked in, right?
That's sort of a general point for everybody
unless
to drive.
You go out of your way to go through Belmont, right?
Yeah, that could be. And as you know, one way in Maraval, one way out.
Yeah. So, and a lot of places are kind of restrictive like that. So I was concerned about that. But ironically, there was literally no traffic all throughout town, I guess. You know, it was a Sunday. I don't know if people were sleeping because of fets, right? It's funny, there's more traffic now, so I think people are waking up later because of the nighttime activities.
There's
more traffic now.
The level of minor inconveniences that were happening on the road this morning.
Well, no, you got the extra special combo, right?
Yeah, because
you got the roadworks on top of...
There's the roadworks, there's the TN Tech, there's the somebody's stall in the middle of the...
That is the best part, because I don't know... I mean, I guess it has happened, but it's one of those things where you don't remember it happening, and to say that they were stuck in the middle lane, usually if that happens, it would be like maybe on the Savannah, right? Something like that. Or One would hope they would pull the car to the side.
The hazards weren't even on.
It may have now stopped.
Nobody was in the car.
Oh, never mind.
So I was a little bit concerned. I was like, this person is in the middle of the road in El
Like, I understand it's not safe to try to move your car off the highway.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like people who park, you know, around the savannah. There is shoulder where you could park, right? And then there are parts of the savannah of where there is no shoulder.
Yeah.
There's not even a fourth lane. There's 3 lanes, and there's no shoulder.
Yeah.
Right? And in fact, that same first turn coming out from before you know, that by the corner by Holy Name there, that same first turn before the main gate to go back by into the savannah by the paddock there where all the food will be or whatever, right? When it's just the food,
right? Ooh.
Cars at night would park there.
Yeah.
So now it's one thing if I have some old car and I don't care if anybody hit it by accident because, you know, they'll just replace me a car and whatever.
Right.
But again, it's another thing if you're like borderline, like the line now start to curve in because we were out of space, right? But well past the line, somebody had a nice white Mercedes or BMW, I can't remember whatever, but it was like a very expensive car. I never park in those spots. I am actually cognizant of when I park normally, am I sticking out? What if somebody touches me? You know, like, is there enough room? Like all of these things. So to say I'm gonna park where there is no shoulder, and it's essentially, unless you're looking ahead on the corner, you're not necessarily going to see, hey, you know, you need to merge because some idiot is parked literally in the lane, and it's a Mercedes. It was white or silver, something like that, right? I'm just like, this is just...
Saying all that to say, folks, please be safe on the roads.
You know,
especially for Carnival, please.
So, if you stall in the middle of the highway, I think you should reconsider not leaving your car in the middle of the highway.
Please.
You know?
Call for... On top of that, during the traffic, there was an ambulance that was passing in the middle, like...
Oh, Lord.
And it wasn't even to anybody, nothing that was in my past, to something else. So like, there's a lot going on.
You always have to ask, do you really have an emergency, or are you stuck in traffic and you're trying to get out of it?
I think most of the time they have an emergency.
I'll say this.
I would hope so.
When I'm going towards Port of Spain General Hospital in Savannah and there's an ambulance, I'm not going to assume that that person is just using the lights to get through.
No, I would like to ask a question, because maybe as I'm getting older, my hearing is a little bit gone. But some of the ambulances and all of these vehicles that have sirens, you don't hear them as far as you used to. Maybe it's just me and my hearing. I don't know if that's a thing for anybody else.
You are an artist and a music teacher, and you're saying your hearing is shot before you even reach 30?
I just wanted to make sure that it's not me, because I only heard it like maybe like 2 or 3 cars behind. Usually you hear it from way beyond.
Folks.
And I'm like, am I the problem?
So there are potential explanations for it. One,
the problem, it's me.
The pianist / artist / musical director is losing his hearing. And I guess,
God forbid,
that's why he has, you know, a secondary backup option called television.
Wow!
Right? Now, with that said,
the disrespect.
Didn't I say that maybe he was trying to make it out of traffic? And maybe you didn't hear the siren because it wasn't on until it got close to you.
Quite possibly.
So, also there's the potential fact, although I think this would be less of a factor on the highway because it's so open, that depending on how much traffic you have and the vehicles, and if you're in Savannah where there's a lot of trees, right? By the magnificent, sound dampening, and
this is on
or because the highway is open, maybe the open air, you know, live performances in open air, the sound is gonna just.
No, but of a certain frequency, they tend to. I'm just losing my hearing.
I don't.
You know what it is? It's this earpiece that I have in my ears. Fine. So anyway, moving swiftly along from that.
It's not in your left ear.
It's in my strong ear.
Well, that's your strong ear.
I have a strong and a weak ear. It's always been that.
Meanwhile, he's probably gonna go to Juve, folks, right, and lose his hearing all over again. Maybe that's what happened. The last time I went Juve, it was one too many music trucks.
Well, listen, possibly.
Anyway, before we.
But there is something, as I mentioned. So, but it could be that I'm tired because, you know, uncle meaning me, was out last night. He was outside.
Oh, your uncle now?
Yes, because halfway...
Who's calling you uncle?
A lot of people. They're like a couple, I know who you are.
Not
a couple of
nephews
students
and
are like, Uncle Mark, I'm like, stop. Stop it right now.
Yes, welcome to the old club. Where we're old.
Like, I've not been called that in a long time.
Wait, you were called that? Well, yes, because of small children.
Yes,
I understand.
thank you very much.
Right, but still, welcome to when people that are no longer teenagers call you uncle, that's when you know you've arrived in your own personal hell that's shared by many.
And you know what's the problem? We were having this particular individual always calls me Uncle Mark. She was talking and she's like, don't worry.
Huh?
No, you don't. She's like, no.
You need to introduce me so I can
give shut up. No. So she's like, don't worry, I just go to class and just do my assignments. And then she like tried to impersonate me. And you know how when you impersonate like a parent or something, you always put on this old voice. I was like, yeah, whatever. And she did that. I was like, I am only 28. It's not that serious.
I never got hit with the old voice.
and a friend who's 2 years younger than me does it too. I'm like relax yourself.
I swear, I was anticipating a joke I did not expect. When they speak in an old voice, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
They knocked me in an old uncle voice. So anyway, Uncle was outside. He went to Freetown Collective's concert last night. It was great.
There's only two uncles I know of that are university called Shannon Sharp, who's 50-something, and Snoop Dogg, who's 50-something. So the fact that culturally...
I am beyond... You always say I'm always, impressive for my young age. Maybe I'm no longer impressive because I'm getting older.
I mean, you're losing hearing already.
Exactly. But yes, I was outside. I was on my feet for a while, on my knees and my feet. Whew, almost gave out. But I was at Freetown Collective's concert last night, and it was amazing all the time. Every year. This is my 3rd year in a row going to it. And something pretty amazing happened. So, first thing is, Freetown's, they've always been about... First of all, their artistry is great. Their performance is always amazing. And they're always on the spirit of one love and the spirit of collaboration. So they also had a lot of guest artists there. So they had Michael Teja, they had Pretty, Kuten, College Boy Jesse, and the legend himself, David Rudder. So this is the 2nd time that I've seen him since his, announcement. Because I saw him last year at Eddie and Charles's concert when he just made a surprise appearance. I was like, oh my gosh. And he made a point, David Rudder, he made a point about, he was singing the line, "There is a Rising." And he was so impressed with the level of attendance at like Panorama and all of these things that are happening. And the fact that, and the lead singer, Mohammed Mwaki of Freetown, he said that it's great that we always need to honor those that came before us. And that we always need to continue to carry it, but also in our own unique way. And I think I saw that happen before my eyes last night. And I just think it's a great thing. And the reason I'm bringing this up, we started off this season with talking about is not just Calypso, but there are some elements of the culture dying. And from last night, and I could see the pride in David Rudder's eyes because he's like, I've never seen so many people in the stands supporting Panorama, all of those things. He's never seen. When I had the 2 guests on, one of them included Aaron Duncan about the Kaiso dynasty, which was the Kaiso 10, now the Kaiso dynasty. And I've been seeing a lot of push on social media for it, and people have been I've been seeing comments. People have been enjoying it. So I'm like, is maybe we are just in a transitional period where it is becoming something and we are kind of taking it into our own hands a little bit.
Yes, Kendrick slayed the dragon.
Oh my God.
That was the joke. But to some extent, I do wonder if there's actually like a translatable cultural thing where the need to go away from just the commercial stuff now, like at some point you're fed up with it and authenticity matters. Maybe that's one reason why soca has its stumbling blocks. At times, it might go through a cycle where, you know, commercialization versus authenticity and innovative or inspiring new creations and creativity, you know, that kind of like push and pull and goes through it causes an ebb and flow maybe. And my only thing is, I understand that, of course, we've spoken about Calypso and if it's kind of dying and whatnot on various shows on the network that you and I have been a part of together. My only thing though is, and maybe this is unfair because we speak about this off air, Dave Verna, I think, is the last household name of Calypso.
Okay.
Right, maybe that's how I put it. I didn't put it that way before off air, but that's how I put it. The last household name. That is to say, there's a reasonable expectation that a large, diverse cross-section of the population will know his name.
Right.
And I don't think we've had that, like someone like that after him. And maybe, as we discussed, that's me being unfair, trying to compare regular greats to a generational legend. But, and you know what, I think now, maybe what has also kind of changed the nature of the game is the fact that music education has allowed for more properly trained and authentic performers and not just amateurs that kind of go professional because of commercial success. Right. Come out into the field now. Because to some extent, back in the day, Rudder, Marshall Montano, they put a lot of work in to get where they got, right? But yes, that is one thing that maybe you know, Freetown, Crescent Joseph, I mean, it's harder now because of the media landscape. Right. But I think deservedly, with regards to getting that acknowledgement, they should be up there, maybe not necessarily on Mr. Rudder's level yet, but they're young, you know, they have time to create that body of work and that career and that legacy. You could see the trajectory that they're on.
Right. So I think there are a couple of factors that we need to take into consideration. One, you mentioned the media landscape. I think over the years, obviously, we've had a lot more competing things. Yeah. A lot of more internationally competing things, right? Not to put down, anybody's efforts before then, but that's just the circumstances of today, right now, right? That's one. Two, I think the pool is much larger. Yes. Of how many people that we do have. I think, but in addition to that, I think there was a period in time where maybe it was too commercial. I don't know. I'm probably not old enough to remember, but maybe it was too commercial. But what I am seeing now, just based on my own personal experiences, is a level of artistry that is really amazing, that is taking the culture very, very much forward. So you have Tizay O'Connor, who we had on Carnival last year. He was the Calypso Monarch winner last year, right? The year before. It was the year before? He didn't defend his crown.
Oh, yeah,
the year before. Oh, yes, we're in 2025. That is true. Yeah, uncle. So, so yeah, in 2020.
Uncle, I think you need to take some CoQ10 or Mega XL or something.
Some zinc or something. I don't know. Something is going on. But rest. But yes, so 2023, and you know, he came up with a Calypso this year called, I think it's called Kaiser to the World, and it's amazing. It's an amazing song. He comes to mind. Amazing people like Aaron Duncan also comes to mind. Good artistic work that he's doing. Karina Shea. All of these people who are taking Calypso and the soca and just the art form on a whole, because if you think about Freetown, they're not specifically one genre, right? They span, you know, a host of things.
I mean, one of the songs we showed, I think at Carnival on the boat, that kind of reminded me of some old school Ronnie McIntosh kind of.
We love a sea shanty.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's those things where it's maybe we had what we had then, and it's just evolving now. And I think people always have their own perspective and ideas of how it should evolve, as opposed to realizing that art, the artistry of it all, it's a living, breathing thing, and it will evolve on its own. We just have to make sure that we are authentic and genuine and very well intentioned of how we deliver.
I find it's very amazing because I've criticized GATE not being implemented properly. We did this whole, we educated the population. We don't see the results of that. We can't say we could feel the results of that. Having a more educated population where people are still, you know, functionally illiterate as adults in this day and age. But the one thing I think might actually be, and it, to some extent it may be by accident, but we'll take the wins we can get it. One of the real positive things out of GATE is what it did to the arts community, because that larger and better trained pool of individuals allows both for the fact that there's more people with university degrees in music, but also just more people, right, in the talent pool. That peak of the top end of who you have, it's going to be higher. And then there are going to be more people at each level filtered down. So the quality is going to be there.
And I will like to add to that, because as a result of that, you have a lot more, not just artists coming out of these programs, but music educators being in those organizations, those community organizations that sort of help train. Right? It's not just out of, on our tertiary level education.
That could help be part of the cultural, socio-cultural teaching, because the art is tied to it. I mean, just at the Kiddies, Kings and Queens yesterday, forgive me if I got the title of the competition wrong, there was a Dame Lorraine on stilts. Now granted, stilts, I don't believe it's traditional Dame Lorraine, but the point is when the girl, she dressed up like a Dame Lorraine. Dame Lorraine, sorry. No, it's not Dame, it's Dame. The pronunciation is Dame? Oh, sorry, I'm using the English pronunciation.
Oh, look at you.
We are English colony, okay?
I'm so sorry.
We're not French.
Listen to me.
We don't eat frogs.
Wow.
We do eat black pudding, so, you know. We used to drink...
We drink sparkling wine.
we used to drink, listen, we used to drink tea. Now we drink coffee.
I still drink tea.
We have essentially, we shed the yoke of British colonialism and willfully sold ourselves to American imperialism. I'm making a joke. This is not talking point.
He is very much so. That's not breakthrough, please. But no, I like my tea. Ooh, I'm really old.
I didn't even realize that I set my trap card and then he played right into it.
Yeah, because I was decided, I like my turmeric tea and my peppermint tea with no sugar and stuff like that.
Like, think about it. Most young people, what do they drink? Unless they're singers that have to worry about their throat, they're just gonna drink coffee.
I drink rum every time.
No, I'm talking about hot drinks, Mark. God, so he's an old alcoholic that's losing his hearing.
Wow! No! I don't know what to... I just... Okay, anyway.
But I mean, you know, I just saw, oh gosh, is it Gabriel Iglesias, Fluffy? He had a set about country music. Like, no matter what happens, country music... Like, he used to look down on country music until he realized there's going to be a country music song out there for you to speak to your life. So now the question is, when will we get, or when will we get a calypso? Because you know calypsos talk about society, right? When will the calypsonians going to be like, not just the horn parts about all the fun and games stuff, but you know, I'm old, I lost my hearing, she left me, the rum bottle's empty, you know?
I don't appreciate what you're implying. I really, really don't. But back to the topic.
But David Rudder was there.
Yes, and it was amazing. I did cry because I was.
You said he was a legend. Because I don't view this as a disparaging situation. But if you could give us the anecdote of when he was on stage.
He came and. I think it's one of when he came on stage. First of all, he just walked on stage. Everybody went wild, and there was a sense of.
They knew who he was.
Yes, and it was a sense of. I think one of the few moments I've actually experienced is any sort of deep national pride, right? And it's like this is what, because it's one thing, and I think it's because it's one of those things where when something is always in your face, you kind of take it for granted.
Yes.
And then when it goes away for a little bit and then you just see it come on, it's like...
Or you've had to live without it.
You had to live without it, and it just kind of comes, and it's like, you know, this was great. And I did kind of get a little bit teary because I also have a close family member who is a musician and also, you know, kind of suffers from Parkinson's as well. So it's a kind of a deep thing for me to experience. But the fact that he was just able to come on, deliver, and just the visual, just the experience of all of the, and Freetown's concerts is multi-generation, the audience is multi-generational. And just to see all of these people, like, there was a child that I taught there. But that it's one of those places that's free, that it's a family, shut up. That's a family affair for a lot of people. So you have this multi-generational, shut up, Sean. So you have this multi-generational audience paying homage to this great, and this great is also being backed up by all of the members of Freetown, the band, the backup singers, and the lead singers and all of these things. It was just something so great and so amazing to see, and it was just a magical experience.
But I mean, he was still suffering Parkinson's, but he was defiant. You told me he was standing tall.
Yeah,
he didn't want us to use the stool that they gave him.
Yeah, he was great. He was amazing, and I just thank you.
We need to take a break because we're going to slightly switch gears. Well, depending on your point of view, and maybe we could talk. Maybe this is a new innovation that we're going to see coming up, right?
Yes,
however, before we leave this segment, I just want to say for all of those of you who are friends of Mark out there, this is, when we get to maybe April the 1st, you might want to consider getting some gray kind of spray on hair, just, for the whole uncle look. If you can catch him and take a photo, I'll appreciate it. Me to you, yeah. Uncle Mark, everybody, show Michael Small. We'll be right back. We'll be right back after this.
We believe in nurturing mind, body, and soul. Through our counseling and chaplaincy program, we will provide you with support and strength you need to help with your mental and emotional well-being.
Give us a call.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website, www.fanzonett.com, for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website, fanzonett.com, to make your purchase today.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
Transform your home with PCU Plus. From stylish furniture to the latest appliances, we have everything you need to create your perfect space. At PCU Plus, we offer fair prices and affordable financing options that are cheaper than hire purchase agreements. With convenient locations in San Fernando, Tobago, Arima, and our lifestyle showroom in Barataria, you're never far from the best deals. Visit PCU Plus today and discover why we're the top choice for quality furniture and appliances. PCU Plus. Quality you trust, prices you'll love. Visit one of our locations or find us online to start transforming your home today.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
And welcome back, Trinidad and Tobago, to Breakthrough. My co-host is still here.
Yes. I'm not going to say it again.
Great. Lovely.
Yes.
But we have also...
by the way, I'm blinking twice because I am a hostage currently.
He is not. He is not. He is here on his own free will. I don't know what's going on with him. Yes, you are. But anyway, moving swiftly along from you. I always have to move on from you for some strange reason. Get it together. It's 2025 isn't a year. Anyway, so joining us at the Breakthrough table, we have our spotlight guests, and they are the...
Okay, I did say this is something new, like not necessarily at its core, but even there's a unique aspect of them that I just did not expect, at least not to meet in real life or to see ever again. A two-man metal band, which is legit, right? Don't think that there's anything reduced just because there's only two men on stage. We are, of course, speaking of the one and only Clavium.
Good morning, how are you all doing?
Good morning.
So the obvious question, if it hasn't been asked, well, there will be people who have not seen the answer yet. Why two?
Why two? Because multiple times in the past we tried other guitarists, bassists, even a drummer, and none of them had the dedication that we had to push the music where we wanted it to go.
So, if you had another drummer, you would have played a different instrument, you're multi...
Possibly.
Bass?
No, I'm not. But I wanted to play bass when we started, and we had a drummer, and he ditched us, so I...
Well, you just like, I'll switch.
Yeah.
Listen, this is something you hear every day. It's like, I'll just switch instruments for the sake of the band. No problem.
So how did Clavium start, and what has the journey been like thus far?
Well, Clavium really began since 2006. We were Avatar before.
Okay.
Right, so we would have had another member, another guitarist, but that didn't work out too well, and we rebranded as Clavium when during 2015, because we tried to get airplay in Sweden, but due to copyright, that couldn't happen. There was a Swedish band called Avatar as well.
Okay.
So the radio station was like, well, what's going on here? Right? So we decided, all right, we need to change our name and have a unique name that could be known globally, because that is what we were aiming at. To put Trinidadian metal into the international stage. Right? And let it be known that, all right, Trinidad have metal music.
Yeah.
Right?
So now we here, and we're going to talk about your event in a bit. But what inspired you all to sort of just get started with this?
Well,
I'm always interested in the story.
The music itself, we were born into metal music. So Yeah, from the age of 4 or 5, we were already hearing that music, already headbanging. We kind of gravitated more towards it during like 7, 8 years old.
Right.
And as teenagers, we realized, yeah, there's the music, that not hurting you, that not causing you problems. So we gravitate towards it, and the music is more describing the universe, life, society. Is not the jump and wave lyrics or anything like that. It's real issues, real things.
And technically, no love songs, really, right?
No.
It's kind of weird, but it's
typical love song. We never wrote any love songs or ballads or anything.
But it's kind of true. As much as people might not necessarily identify with the lyrics, metal songs, they are about bigger concepts. You know, I guess it's one of those things where I don't know how many people have actually looked to, unless those who are writing in the genre, take any time to think about it that way, because I've listened to metal songs. And yeah, you know, you hear Enter the Sandman, that's not a ballad. that's not a jump and wave, right? So, but I found it interesting, you said you were introduced to this as a child, so it was your parents?
Yeah, our parents, and basically everyone around us at the time was into heavy metal and rock music, and it's from the late 80s through the 90s.
It's just that I've never met people of a generation that much older than me
into the metal
that was into maybe rock, but you're talking like, you know, it's not the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, so like this is kind of cool. The only people I know that's into metal are people maybe my age or younger. So I'm like, wow, I didn't necessarily expect that to happen, but once again, yeah, parents kind of the legacies and the influence.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so what I want to find out is, with every genre, there is its own, is part of the greater artistic industry in Trinidad and Tobago. What is the metal industry like, just based off of your own experiences, and obviously other artists that you would know? Do you feel like it's insular? Do you think like a lot of people know about it? How would you describe it to somebody?
Well, in terms of Trinidad, the scene is not well known. There are fans in different parts of the country, some from Mayaro, Toco, San Fernando, well, throughout different places. But all of them don't know that people gather at this venue or that venue. There's a show happening now or next month or later in the year. Most people don't know that. I guess that could be down to advertising or how it's portrayed. We don't really get much airplay on radio or anything, right? So that is very difficult. Outside of Trinidad and Tobago, on the global scene, it's much wider. Yeah. Metal is actually growing every year faster. It's one of the fastest growing genres at the moment.
Oh, wow.
The Caribbean also has a scene. Jamaica has metal, Guyana, but Trinidad is like the hub of metal music in the Caribbean right now. Right, so I would basically say it's the capital of metal in the Caribbean.
I guess because it's more established?
Yeah, it's more established. It has more bands than some of the countries.
Okay.
Yeah, even Suriname, all these countries have bands, but Trinidad has the most.
Right.
And we have the crowd and audience to go with it.
Okay. So just based on, you know, and comparatively in terms of our scale, our population, we have a lot. Okay.
Yeah. But like, so I take it you all do original music, you all want international airplay, so you all aren't just a cover band, because a lot of rock bands, I don't know if they go beyond that point. And I guess this is where you said the dedication, because we spoke before, right? This is a full-time thing for y'all. This is not the nighttime hobby that you'll kind of just do on the side.
You have to be into for.
Yeah.
It's 24 hours. We push it all the time. We would have discussions every day about how we're going to proceed, where's the plans for the next few years, plans for the next 10 years, these kind of things.
And I'll just say, the people working with you, you know, I've seen a lot more coming out of, shout out to that little lady over there. I've seen a lot more come out of her than we've seen from the team around, you know, people in more, let's just say, more established genres in the local music scene, if that makes sense. So, I mean, and it's incredible what she's documented. We have some photos that you all sent us. I want to show these photos, if you can, Mile, because I don't know if we could see it. I mean,
Oh my God.
Did you take them out, by the way? No, okay, yeah. But like when you see it, it looks to some extent. This is like a professional promotional shot. If you could just cycle through, so we could. Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
Right? You kind of feel the genre and the emotion of it coming out there.
Yeah.
And could you tell us where these were taken? Do you remember?
So the one with me is in Kaiser Blue Cafe.
Right. Does not look like
it was there. Right just now.
Right just now.
Oh, right just now. Okay, cool.
These was an event, Metal Maze, we played year before. This one, I'm not sure.
I think some of the pictures was taken by Damien Lang and Nicole Tang.
This was Satish Ramsad.
Yeah, Satish Ramsad.
Yeah.
So a lot of times y'all don't have like anyone else join y'all. Y'all are literally just we two man in it for the whole set.
On stage, yeah, for sure. Unless there's maybe like a collaboration to do something for something specific.
Right. Yeah. Maybe you join with another band or something.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you saw any clips, but I saw a clip, and I'm just like. I mean, you know they say about Pentatonics, 5 people, how does the song so full? There's 2 people! How is this song?
No, right? There's so much, and in the artistic world, there's so much beauty in just something that seems simplistic, but you could fill it, and it's amazing. From some of the clips that I saw, it was absolutely great.
Now, to be fair, there are other drummers around the world. Not to put you down, but there are other drummers, like once you get to a certain point, you could beat all, you could have like a kit that is way too much and somehow they incorporate it, but it's metal, so you're like incorporating it at 1,000,000 miles an hour right through, right? That's why you're so thin, your cardio is so much better than mine.
Possibly.
But then your brother here is kind of basically all the guitars in one, plus the vocalist. And I just would like to know, how does your brain kind of keep both things going at the same time? Because it's not like you're doing like one little guitar. No. You're like all the guitars, right?
It's just happened on stage. On stage, it's a different person. I just transform into something different. It's just really a vibe. I don't think about the lyrics. I don't really think about what I'm playing at that time. That is where the practice in the band room comes in. So any of these stages, you're just focusing on the audience or wherever your mind, you have in your mind at that point.
Yeah. So I have a question, because you said that we have a lot of metal bands here in Trinidad and Tobago. I firmly believe that for any sort of for the artistic industry to thrive on any level, it needs to have some level. It needs to have a level of collaboration. Yeah. Do you all have in the metal genre, in the metal industry, do you all have that happening where you may play with be a guest artist on another band's concert, or you are a guest artist in somebody else, that sort of thing happening?
Yeah, we try to do that as much as possible, because everyone don't really have the same resources at the given time. Mm-hmm. So pulling together and collaborating makes it better. It makes the community a little stronger as well. And it have now a few upcoming bands as well. Every year you might get like 2 bands coming, new bands coming out. We see new younger audience now as well. Okay. So it's kind of growing on that level. And in terms of collaboration, you don't really see bands collaborating with promoters. That is an issue you really have as well. The promoters, they're not really pushing it to the extent.
Is it the industry is kind of too? Because I think the music industry has yet to really develop in certain ways, and maybe it's just too immature. A lot of promoters don't really kind of see the whole product and the concept and the art behind it, like how I guess y'all would.
Yeah, it's true, because the majority of the public still think metal or rock music is devil music.
Well, to that point, because y'all did say, y'all were introduced to music young, and it didn't make y'all turn out to be bad guys. I mean, folks, think about it. When you hear them speak, these 2 soft-spoken gentlemen, do they sound like what you would expect hard-rocking metalheads to sound like?
Aye.
And it's there on stage. It's like literally, they both hulk out, and then, when it's over, I guess, You know, just Clark Kent. You know, Clark Kent all over again.
Wow, what a reference.
You know, right back down. You know, it's like because the transfer, like the dichotomy is amazing, which is one reason why you should go check out the upcoming show. More on that later. But yeah, I mean, they still have that stigma because I would think part of it is just rock music on a whole. You know, it's not soca. Yeah. You know, I mean, you could lump rock, jazz, you could take just about everything else, classical and music theater, they kind of have their own space. Yeah. But everything else that's a band, it's almost like if, well, we don't really know what to do with it. Do y'all get that sense on top of the stigma of heavy metal and all of that?
Not really. We know what we need to do.
Well, I know you all know, but I mean like promoters and venues and stuff like that.
I think to the extent we can't really speak for them.
Right.
But, metal is not something evil or bad or anything. It's just where you think it is, right? Just like any song. Take for instance, dancehall music, wesn music, right? The metal bands here, we don't have guns in our songs. We don't talk about guns, nothing like that. Right? Maybe some bands in other countries, maybe, but in Trinidad, we really talking about ourselves, situations that happen, scenarios, real life, and we portraying that maybe the vocals might sound frightening, but most people or everybody watch our movie at some point. Some people like it, some people don't. So I'll reference it to that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, no, just the vocals, I get it, but there's like a girl group in Japan called Baby Metal. So, you know, it's like, you know, what you think the genre is could be so much expanded if you're willing to, and this is the thing, like, to think about it. Y'all have this genre, yes, it's from abroad, but now what is it that y'all could possibly give, what our culture could give to a different genre, not just, soca calypso.
Right. But so now what we want to do is actually talk about the event that you'll have coming up. If we could just pull up the flyer right there. For us, Metal Carnival. Can y'all just sort of tell us about this event and what some people can expect with this?
Okay, so Metal Carnival is on the 1st of March. It was supposed to be at Planner Sports Bar in San Fernando, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we had to change the venue. So now it's at Rick's Rock Bar in Curep. Doors open at 7:30 p.m. It's 100 at the door. If you have had purchased tickets before for when the event was at Planners, that would still be accepted, or we would refund it based on if you can't make it to the venue or whatever the case may be. We would be having, we would headlining. The other bands are Abyss, Tad, and Tremor.
Okay.
Right, they are all bands who existed a while now in the scene as well. Yeah, and this is the first time a metal event is carded as Metal Carnival. It's literally the Saturday before Carnival, so come out and support.
There are people who don't necessarily want to be involved, in part because, look, them carnival events just too crowded, man. And this is a chance to, I mean, we hope that it'll be crowded, but it's not going to be like, oh my gosh, there's a line that's going to take me an hour to get through because somebody didn't know to open up more doors in the Oval. We won't talk about that Tuesday event several carnivals ago, maybe 10 years ago or so.
That was a long time ago.
It was, but it made news. How bad it was. I don't want to call up my boy, but anyway.
So what I want to find out in terms of the title of the event, why Metal Carnival? Now it kind of seems...
It speaks for itself, but is there more to it?
Is there more to it is the question.
Metal Carnival, because in Trinidad we celebrate Carnival, right? But is a fusion of cultures, right? Carnival. Trinidad is a multicultural country, but yet it only have really how many genres of music in Carnival that people is be listening to Monday and Tuesday. Why not metal as well? Right? It's something to think about because it's a multicultural country, but you only have like probably two genres in Carnival, maybe. That not really making sense to be a multicultural society and a multicultural event. So that is really my take on it.
There are parallels, calypso, it was commentary, metal, we've already kind of established. It might not be commentary in the same way, but it's still, you know, it's not that dissimilar lyrically when you get it.
Yeah. Take for example, Old Mass, right? That could be incorporated into metal music easily. Right?
I mean, yes, it can.
Easily, yeah.
Yes, it can. I won't spell it out, but given the Old Mass characters, yes, it can. But you made me think, what if, like, I mean, Lil Wayne had Party Like a Rock Star. He had his beat was basically based on metal, electric guitar, right?
Yeah.
So, to what extent now? Yes, they might use electric guitars in soca tracks, but why not cross that culture? Yeah, you know, and like really now get influences, not just use the instrument, because a guitar, like a piano, it could go in so many different directions, but it's something, I guess you could say, untapped. Yes. Because it also, there is a section of the population that, hey, I mean, like it's when Aerosmith and Run DMC, right, they did walk this way. Like you get that infusion of fans of different vultures. Of different cultures.
Fans of different cultures, yes.
Right,
Shawn Michaels.
Okay, I had my uncle moment. You happy, Mark? Right? Yeah, so then now your fans become their fans become your fans, and I mean, I guess now the question is, I don't know if any soca artists would be willing, you know, we have some metal artists that are willing, and listen, it's just two guys, you can fit them on stage, easy, and they'll fill all the sound.
So just as we're about to head out, what I want to find out from you all, so we hear now you all have been, you kind of described your journey so far for us. What do you all look forward to for the future?
Well, more touring internationally.
Yes.
We're writing new music. We want to do release our EP and album coming out possibly next year. And we're working on establishing more contacts for outside Trinidad, right? And hopefully that could inspire more bands to want to achieve something greater than just being a local band. Get registered, become a national performing artist, and try and pave the way from there. Because when we now started, we didn't know about registering. The information is there, but it's not readily available to everyone.
I didn't know to look for that sort of thing.
We have a free drinks event planning right now, so everyone can look forward to that this year.
And where can people find you? Like on social media?
Social media, at Clavium, that's Klavium, on all social media.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen. It was great.
I mean, just the fact that
I'm excited.
Just the fact that it's a two-man band, like I have high hopes, because that alone is like there are not many two-man bands in the world.
That works well.
And I guess in this digital age, you know, there may be certain ways to kind of get you all connected out there. And who knows, maybe a collaboration might get somebody soca out there more. You never know, you know. You kind of take some. We have local. We don't need foreign rock stars. We have local rockers who could kind of, you know, help collaborate and bridge the gap.
Take it to the world.
Take it to the world.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was great. Please just remember to check out their event coming up on 1st of March, right? Metal Carnival, right?
That's this Saturday, right?
That's this Saturday. Check it out. It's happening in Crib. They have their contact information. You can email them as well. Keep up to date with all of their social medias. So thank you so much, Trinidad and Tobago, for joining us, fellow uncle.
Speak for yourself.
Hey.
All right.
You are quite older than me, okay?
This two-man show needs to sign out now. You know?
Have a wonderful week, everybody. Have a safe carnival. Please be safe on the roads. Yes. And if you need to be outside, have a great time, enjoy our culture. Be safe if you're staying inside, like I am. Have a good sleep. All right. Mark Anthony Peter, Shawn Michael Small. This has been Breakthrough. Bye-bye.
WESN.
Money is something we all deal with, but how many of us truly understand it? What if you could make better decisions with your money? Decisions that secure your future, protect your family, and bring you peace of mind. I'm Darren Jacobs, and I'm here to help you make sense of your dollars. Welcome to Dollars and Cents, the show that breaks down the financial world in ways that matter to you. No jargon, no confusion, just real conversations about money, your money. So join me every Wednesday at 10 a.m. on WESN for Dollars and Cents.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
Now you don't need to register nothing. You don't need. We can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe in different criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploited the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
Hello there and welcome to AM Prime on WESN Content Capital. Before we even start this repatriation and reintegration process, we've already failed or are we doomed to fail?
You've got to invest in the institutions that you've established to carry out those sorts of core functions.
We now get into the regional updates to give you an understanding of what's happening across our neighboring islands.
We have available a number of films that are worth showing.
So it was day one when the French Revolution started to develop the concept of universal human rights.
What happened this time is unprecedented. It's one of the largest terrorist attacks in history.
Let's welcome Carl to the program. Carl is over there next to himself. Hello, Carl.
Silky anteater or pygmy anteater, and we have two of the three species of anteaters right here.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say, we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So here we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN Content Capital.
is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Enterprise residents numb to crime after latest murder. 4 alleged gang members detained under state of emergency. Suspended Commissioner of Police awaits court ruling on suspension challenge. And internationally, Trump eases tariffs on Canada and Mexico amid trade tensions. Now for the details. Enterprise residents say they feel helpless as crime continues in their community following the murder of businesswoman Bibi Zamila Swamba. Swamba was found dead in her home on March 4th, her hands and feet bound. Residents say crime is out of control and neither the police nor the government have provided solutions. Shogunas East MP Vandana Mohit condemned the murder, calling for urgent action against crime. 4 suspected gang members linked to the 6 and resistance gangs have been detained under emergency detention orders signed by National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines. The men are accused of involvement in firearm trafficking, murders, robberies, and extortion. Their detention is part of the government's ongoing efforts under the state of emergency, which has so far led to 29 detentions. Suspended Police Commissioner Erla Airwood Christopher will learn on April 15th if her legal challenge against the Police Service Commission succeeds. She was suspended amid an investigation into the procurement of sniper rifles. Her lawyers argue the suspension was unjustified, while the PSC insists it acted within its authority. The ruling will determine the future of police leadership in Trinidad and Tobago. Internationally, U.S. President Donald Trump has rolled back some tariffs on Canadian and Mexican goods, easing tensions after new trade measures sparked market uncertainty. While some products remain affected, Trump insists tariffs are necessary to protect American industries. The move has drawn mixed reactions, with Canada's Prime Minister warning that a trade war may persist. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward on our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for, it's called loss and damage. And we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So here we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh. Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God,
but you also can't prove God, so we kind of at a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's being the victim, or the man is being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI, worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
Money is something we all deal with, but how many of us truly understand it? What if you could make better decisions with your money? Decisions that secure your future, protect your family, and bring you peace of mind. I'm Darren Jacobs, and I'm here to help you make sense of your dollars. Welcome to Dollars and Cents, the show that breaks down the financial world in ways that matter to you. No jargon, no confusion, just real conversations about money, your money. So join me every Wednesday at 10 a.m. on WESN for Dollars and Cents.
Are not only a trade weapon that pushes companies to relocate to the United States, but a political tool used to discredit other world leaders.
Believe it or not, despite the terrible job he's done for Canada, I think that Justin Trudeau is using the tariff problem, which he has largely caused, in order to run again for Prime Minister. So much fun to watch.
And although critics warn that imposing levies might lead to soaring inflation, Donald Trump believes that the move will create more jobs and long-term growth.
Adding to that economic instability, then, Bitcoin plunged over 5% Friday after Donald Trump signed an executive order to establish a strategic reserve containing Bitcoin and 4 other coins. Well, that move came as cryptocurrency industry leaders are set to meet with the U.S. president later today to discuss his administration's plan to make the United States the crypto capital of the world, in his words. Matthew Mary Carochet. Anyway,
crypto capital of the planet. On Thursday, he signed an executive order to establish a strategic cryptocurrency reserve. But that did not please speculators, as it caused a plunge in cryptocurrency prices on Friday, due to a clarification from billionaire crypto czar David Sachs.
The government will not acquire additional assets for the stockpile beyond those obtained through forfeiture proceedings.
Without buying any new cryptocurrency, the stockpile will essentially just be a new container for digital assets already held by the government. Sachs has estimated that the U.S. government owns about 200,000 Bitcoin, currently worth about $17.5 billion. It's not clear how such a reserve would work or how it would benefit taxpayers, as Sachs said no holdings would be sold. The announcement comes ahead of Friday's first ever White House Crypto Summit. The cryptocurrency industry spent millions backing Trump's re-election and has enjoyed an unprecedented seat at the table in his administration. But some crypto backers worry that he is delegitimizing the digital currency industry. Both Donald and Melania Trump launched meme coins in January. As of this week, they have respectively lost more than 80% and 90% of their top values.
And finally, for a slight victory for the South Korean president, a court canceled the impeached leader's arrest warrant Friday, possibly paving the way for his temporary release from jail. But he is still facing a trial on insurrection charges over that brief imposition of martial law last year. The Seoul Central District Court said the ruling was based simply on the timing of the indictment, which came after the initial detention period had expired. But the decision does not dismiss the criminal charges that led to Yoon's arrest in January. So he is also still facing impeachment, with that case pending before the Constitutional Court. And that's all we have for you for this hour. Thanks for joining us on France 24. Stay tuned. There's more to come in a few minutes.
I'm 15 years old, and soon my wedding ceremony will begin. My father's income is really low. We come from a poor family. That's why my father can't afford my education. I wanted to become a lawyer after finishing my studies. What fascinates me about this profession is the fight for justice. I've always believed that achieving justice makes the world a better place, a belief I've held since childhood. Now it seems my future will be confined to the kitchen. Right now, I don't know who my husband is going to be. I've never met him or talked to him before. I hope to be welcomed into my new family, as a daughter, then as a daughter-in-law, and as a mother.
This is the story of 38 million women in Bangladesh. The groom is also a minor. These two families have agreed to be filmed on the condition that their identities, as well as the location of the ceremony, remain undisclosed. In Bangladesh, the legal age for marriage is 18 for girls and 21 for boys. The bride's father is a fisherman in one of the country's poorest regions.
As a father, I had to make this choice because of my poor economic conditions. She should understand that, as her father, it's also difficult for me to bear such family pressure. I see this marriage as a solution, as after her marriage, it will take some of the expenses off my shoulders.
A union between two teenagers hidden from the eyes of the world, solemnized by a mullah in just 15 minutes. A marriage in which it was not the couple but their fathers who gave their consent. Bangladesh has the highest ratio of child marriages to population in Asia. In the Bagherhat district in the southwest of the country, 7 out of 10 married women are married before they turn 18. That's 20% more than the national average. Biti is one of the child brides. She was married to Shahidul 4 years ago at the age of 16 while he was over 21. Their son Ryan was born a year after their wedding.
My father was struggling to provide for our family. There were 5 of us with my parents. So when they found a good groom, a good man from a good family, they married me off. We have a culture of giving dowry. A girl from a rich family can change her son's life. My son will prosper. If he gets a dowry, maybe he'll be gifted a motorcycle, which could be very useful.
To support his family, Shahidul has become a daily wage worker.
তুমি ব্যাগ ধরবা আমি মাছ ধরব ঠিক আছে
But he's a fisherman like most in the area. For him, the Ganges Delta that flows through the region is not just a blessing, but also a curse. Last November, a powerful cyclone swept everything away.
During this cyclone, there was a massive flood. The water washed away all the fish in this pond and destroyed all my paddy crops. I had loans to pay. I've leased this pond for 500 euros. Given these circumstances, if I had a daughter, I wouldn't be able to provide for her properly. I would also have to marry her off at a young age.
Reports indicate after a natural disaster, child marriages increase by 40% in the region. During such times, families lose their primary source of income. Marrying off their daughters is often viewed as the only way for families to survive financially. To put an end to child marriage, an association was set up in the village with the help of UNICEF and the Bangladeshi government.
If you're unaware of how child marriage impacts our community, we're here to explain.
Today, Murshida is here to lead an awareness campaign for the women of the village.
Do you think child marriage is beneficial?
In their father's home, girls don't have to worry about responsibilities. At their in-laws, the workload increases.
If a girl marries at a young age, she also runs the risk of dying during childbirth. Pregnancy during childhood is incredibly risky and life-threatening.
Most of the women present here were married off as minors.
My own child marriage caused a lot of issues. That's why I never want my daughters to face the same problems. I want them to get educated and be independent when they grow up.
However, natural disasters frequently undo all the progress achieved through these campaigns.
Last year, 3 cyclones devastated families, leaving them financially shattered.